morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, my lady. Morning, my lady.
Irene, can you call the matter into the record?
One with the dinner.
Today is the 3rd day of September 2021.
It's muted.
You are muted, Irene. Okay.
Okay. Calling life is case number. Am I okay now? Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Continue. I can hear you.
Okay, calling the matter of life Esidimeni Inquest case number I-001 of 2021.
Then witness, the next witness.
As the court pleases, my lady, the next witness is in the chair, ready to testify. Before she testifies, there are only 3 aspects that I just want to bring to the court's attention and to my learned friend's attention, if I may proceed.
Okay, all right. You were not that audible. Okay, but fine. Continue.
Okay, try again. The first thing is that Dr. Taratara was moved from position number 6 on the sequential list of witnesses to number 23.
He was going to be?
He was going to be number 6, and we moved him to number 23.
So he has been moved to number 23.
That's correct. Another thing is I received a message this morning from Dr. Dorothy Sekukune. She informed me that she is no longer able to afford legal representation and she wants assistance, but we know now what the situation with Legal Aid Board is. I just bring that to the attention of the court for future reference.
Yes.
And another thing is with regards to the numbering of statements.
Just a second. This is Dorothy Sekukuni.
Yes, she's for Takalani.
Who was representing her?
It's Mr. Suping, my lady.
Yes. Are you aware of the information?
I'm hearing it for the first time, my lady.
Yes.
Yeah. I was not going to be here if I knew.
You are already here today. Maybe we should proceed and then you can consult with a client and hear what is happening. And then you will report maybe tomorrow, if possible, right?
As it please my court, my lady.
Okay. And then if you still have, if she still maintains the position, you can try to advise her as to the options.
My lady, I heard the court saying that Mr. Shipping will report tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think, is Saturday.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Okay, but you will communicate with the evidence leader, and then in case, but in any event, you have to withdraw formally, isn't it? In case there are problems, or Mr. Suping.
This is the court, my lady. I'll do so.
Okay. No, I'm happy that you are here, and then you can just confirm the information, or you can even consult during the day and hear what is the situation.
I'll do so, my lady.
This is for Takalani and Museveni.
That's correct, my lady.
Museo. Yes, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to make a proposal regarding the numbering of exhibits. Your ladyships will remember that Mr. Harders referred or said that we will run out of exhibit numbers with all the exhibits that are part of this record. I agree with him. What I want to propose is that we use the alphabetical numbering of exhibits for the witnesses that testify. And that if there are new exhibits that do not form part of the record as it has been uploaded to case lines, that we number those exhibits with reference to the witness that testifies while when the exhibit is handed in. Like for instance, with regard to Dr. Magachwa, that second letter that was handed in, that was written by Dr. Silebana to Dr. Magachwa, can then be numbered as Exhibit C3. Because it was handed in during. That is my proposal. I don't know whether any of my learned friends has any comments.
I quickly hear from you so that we shouldn't waste a lot of time dealing with this? Mr. Sibara, what is your view?
Likewise, my lady, the court will recall that we handed in 3 letters. So Mr. Chowo from State Attorney is still busy uploading the letters. We are going to follow the sequence proposed by Advocate Late. So meaning the letters will start from C4, C5, C6.
No, before we agree to that, let's just hear what the others are saying, because I was still going to come to you to check whether you have already uploaded the documents. And I'm going to ask that, please, if you're going to cross-examine a witness using those specific documents that have not been uploaded, let everyone be informed about them in advance.
We will do that, madam.
The same as you want you to lead your witness or on a specific document. Let that be done so that they can also be properly handed in and be marked properly as they're being handed in.
I'm indebted to the court, madam.
Mr. Pinel, good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes.
There's no objection to the suggestion of Mr. Light. I think it is proper and would be of assistance to all parties and the court.
Okay, thank you very much.
I please the court, my lady.
I take it that it is the view of everyone, unless if there is an objection. Can I hear, is there any objection to this proposal?
Agreed, my lady.
Okay. So we are going to proceed and follow the same pattern. This letter, it is the letter that is, I'll just make a note here, but you have marked them, isn't it, in the, have you marked them? This is the letter by Dr. Silebana. Yes, I remember that. That is the letter dated, but as long as I know,
this is the second letter.
Going to be, yes, but then there was this letter, the other documents like the HR report, it's on case line.
It's already on case line.
So that one is not a problem. We are only concentrating on those that were not there. Okay.
That were not there.
Like the documents that Mr. Sibara is referring to.
Okay, as a court.
So Mr. Sibara must first upload all the documents, and then he will just notify the court which are the documents that have been uploaded, and then we agree with the marking of the exhibits.
As a court, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before we start, there's another thing while we're talking about the uploading of documents, may I ask Irene just to assist me to create a section on case lines where I can upload the new Health Advanced Institute's document, because for some reason I can't be able to do that.
Oh, that's the document that gave us problems yesterday.
Yes, I can't get it at the end of case lines. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
No, yes. I think
If
surely
you
she
can
would
just-
be of assistance. Yes.
Yes.
Irene, would you attend to that?
Yes, I will do that, Judge.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mrs. Marriott, to lead the evidence of Dr. Sekukune. Dr. Buthelezi.
My lady, before Ms. Marriott commences doing that, and whilst still on the subject of documentation, your lady will recall that your lady requested me to endeavour to get the handover registers.
Yes.
From Life Esidimeni. My instructing attorney has approached Life Esidimeni. The feedback is that those documents are not at the facilities. They have tried to find them there, but it appears they have been stored off-site. So that is now being followed up. The moment we have proper feedback, we'll come back to your ladyship. We're trying to expedite
Okay, thank you very much for the report.
Research, as your ladyship pleases.
Just a second for me to make a move. Yes, Miss Marriott, I see. Who is our next witness? Miss Zanele Buthelezi, is she the one?
Yes, my lady, Mrs. Buthelezi.
Where is she?
I'll assist quickly. She's present, my lady.
Yes. Good morning, Miss Buthelezi.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, I'm going to ask Irene to administer the oath. Can you continue, Irene? Irene, are you there?
Can I administer the oath, Judge?
Yes, let her take the oath.
Okay. Ms. Buthelezi, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
May you please state your full names and surname for record?
Zanele Atileti Cordelia Buthelezi.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Witness
you.
is Sonny.
You may proceed, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, there's a document in front of you. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do.
Can you confirm whether this is your statement?
Yes, it
Just
is.
before we do that, can you refer everyone to the page, please?
As the court pleases, it's 1434 on case lines.
Yes, I take it that everyone has the document. We may proceed.
As the court pleases. Did you initial each page of this document and signed on page 8 or on 1441 on case lines?
Yes, I did, my lady.
And this document has been commissioned?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the contents of the statement?
Yes, I am.
And do you confirm the correctness thereof?
Yes, I do.
My lady, I'm just going to ask the witness to switch off the sound of her computer so that I can read the statement into record.
Okay.
F1. Thank you. Thank you. May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry, my lady. There's still a feed coming from Advocate Marriott. There's still a feed of some sort. It seems as if there are two devices.
Yes. Can you please look?
Is it better, my lady?
Yes, it's still there.
Now, my lady? Is it better?
Yes, it seems so. Mr. Sibar?
It's much better. Okay, I think we are right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, continue.
Page 1434. I, the undersigned, Zanele Butlezi, do hereby make oath and say that she provides her personal information as well as her work address. Paragraph 2.3. The facts contained herein fall with my personal knowledge, except where the contrary appears from the context, and are both true and correct. I started working for Life Esidimeni on 1 June 1990 as a professional nurse, and I progressed to the position of nursing manager in 2002. I worked in that capacity until the care centre was closed following the termination of the contract. I was informed of the termination of the contract via a memorandum received from our principals in head office that the hospital will be closing down. Prior thereto, we had strategy planning sessions with the GDOH and the hospital manager as well as the principals from head office. During that sessions, we were informed that the GDOH was planning to terminate the Life Esidimeni services, but that they intended doing so in phases. We were informed that the GDOH intended to reduce the number of patients at the rate of 20% per annum until 2020, when the project was to be completed and the facility completely closed. In September 2015, we received a memorandum from our principals that the GDOH wanted to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni. Life Esidimeni had throughout the currency of the contract worked with the GDOH, the Mental Health Review Board, and then existing NGOs to transfer MHCUs capable of transfer to either the NGOs or discharging them in the care of their families. At the time, the number of NGOs that we were dealing with were limited. The transfer of MHCUs were very slow due to the limited available resources. It must be borne in mind that Life Esidimeni does not admit MHCUs directly. The MHCUs comes as referrals from institutions such as Sterkfontein, Westkoppies and Tara, while the GDOH wanted us to reduce the number of MHCUs in our facilities. More MHCUs were referred to Life Esidimeni from the facilities. We also cannot simply transfer MHCUs to other NGOs or the family members when they are not sufficiently stable to cope with the transfer. Some MHCUs would become aggressive when discharged to an NGO, and the MHCU would then be sent back to the Life Esidimeni. Life Esidimeni itself had a criteria that when MHCUs was referred from, for example, Sterkfontein, and the MHCU was found to be aggressive, then Life Esidimeni would not admit the MHCU. The reason is that Life Esidimeni is a step-down facility and not a facility to acute MHCUs. The MHCUs are first stabilized in the hospital like Sterkfontein. Life Esidimeni was for chronic, non-aggressive MHCUs. The task of reducing the number of MHCUs in Life Esidimeni facilities was thus a difficult task. Subsequent to the termination notice and before the process started, we had a meeting with the GDOH, and the department indicated that they would place government officials at Life Esidimeni centres to facilitate the process. The individuals placed at Waverley were Dr. S. Lekwane and Mrs. N. Senelu. During the strategic planning meeting with the GDOH, we voiced our concerns and sought answers regarding the plan and the NGOs. Our questions were never answered. We were asked to communicate with the family members and advise them of the termination of the contract and the transfer of the MHCUs. We were fortunate at Waverley as we had our yearly scheduled family day, which was done the first week of December. After the meeting, we wrote a notice that the contract was being terminated, and the notice was postponed in the guardhouse, visitors' room, and the reception. We informed the family members, and on the day of the open day, family informed the family forum. They requested a meeting with former MEC Kwendani Mhlangu, as well as details of the NGOs to visit them. Some of the family members visited the NGOs, and upon their return visit to Waverley, they refused to allow the family members to be transferred to the NGOs. In January 2016, former MEC Mhlangu arrived 2 hours late for the meeting with the family. The family members were disgruntled and expressed their dissatisfaction. In my view, former MEC Mhlangu was extremely arrogant, and they advised the family members that she was not closing Life Esidimeni, but she was terminating the contract and transferring the MHCUs to other facilities. If the family members wanted the MHCUs to stay with Life Esidimeni, then they could negotiate directly with Life Esidimeni. When asked how much Life Esidimeni would charge MEC Mhlangu, indicated that it was not her problem. The family also asked how the MEC and the GDOH were going to prepare the MHCUs psychologically for the transfer, as they had adjusted to Life Esidimeni. The MEC could not answer the family. I remember that she mentioned that Brazil MHCUs were cared for by their families. Overall, the MEC could not answer the questions. Besides the interaction with the MEC, we also had contact with Dr. Manamela, who visited the facilities regularly. I recall that on one occasion, one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit one of the NGOs. Upon her return, the nurse informed us the NGO was not suited as the beds were too close together. The idea was that we were to sit together to plan the transfer as the MHCUs to the NGOs. We requested a list of the NGOs and the admission criteria. Notwithstanding our request, the admission criteria of the various NGOs was not provided. In fact, the NGOs that they mentioned and that were on their list were NGOs that we had never heard of since my appointment at Waverley in 1990. We had no history of transferring patients to those NGOs or new NGOs. Dr. S. Linkwani and Mrs. N. Sinelu would arrive in the morning at the Waverley Care Centre, and when they would sit with us and advise us that a particular NGO will admit 20 MHCUs without telling us the admissions criteria for the NGO. They would tell us that the date upon which the MHCUs were to be transferred. We would continue to follow the process that we had always followed, that the MHCU must be seen by the psychiatrist and also assessed by the medical officer before the MHCU is transferred. All the multidisciplinary team, the MDT members, would do their own assessments. The medication for the MHCU would be prepared, and the social workers would inform that the families that we were transferring the MHCU to the specific NGO. We would advise Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelu that the patient was either prone or not prone to relapsing. Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelu would go with us to the wards and identify the MHCUs that they deemed would be suitable for transfer to a specific NGO. They did not know the MHCUs, and we would provide them with information about the MHCU's mental health. At times, they would judge the suitability of the MHCU based purely on the appearance of the MHCU without appreciating the mental state of the MHCU. At times, they would look at the file, and at other times, we would inform them about the status of the MHCU. All the files with the most recent records were present at the facility. It must be borne in mind that some MHCUs were in the facility for decades, and the files were particularly prolix, often running into boxes. Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelu did not have access to the files containing the most recent.
Just read it properly. Please read it again.
Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelu did have access to the files containing the most recent records of the MHCUs in the facility. Thank you, my lady. The MHCUs were also accommodated in wards according to their level of functioning. The people liaising with the NGOs were Dr. Linkwani and Mrs. Sinelu. At times, Mrs. H. Jacobus would visit the facility and provide information. We had no direct information in regards to the NGOs and the level of resources, in brackets, available doctors, professional nurses, social workers, and care workers, close brackets. services and admissions criteria for the NGOs. We could therefore not advise them as regard the selection criteria for any specific NGO. We pointed out to them that specific MHCUs were prone to relapsing and that they were thus not suited to be placed in an NGO. They needed a structured environment. We had MHCUs who were just not dischargeable at all, and notwithstanding our remonstrations, they were discharged. Approximately 60%.
They were discharged.
They were discharged. Approximately 60% of our MHCUs were not dischargeable. Initially, the process was followed that the MDT with Dr. Lekwane and Mr. Sinele would identify the MHCUs for transfer. We would be told to prepare 20 MHCUs and they would be seen by the psychiatrist and the medical officer. The pace then started to increase significantly and we would be told to prepare 20 MHCUs, but then the NGO would arrive and we would be told that they were collecting 50 MHCUs. There was now time to then have the additional 30 MHCUs assessed by the MDT. We would have to rush to prepare the MHCUs, including their records, medication, personal effects, and discharge summaries. The process of transferring the patients picked up pace, and Dr. Lekwane and Mrs. Sinele complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the MHCUs. They also complained that they were under instructions of Dr. Manamela. In respect of the former MEC Kwendane Mhlangu, they mentioned that everyone was afraid of her. All the MHCUs that were in Waverley Care Centre were eventually discharged. I was the last person to leave Waverley, and on the last day, the 31st of May 2016, there were approximately 38 MHCUs that had not been placed at the NGOs and in the designated hospitals. We were informed that the 38 MHCUs could not be placed at an NGO as all the NGOs were full. They indicated they did not have transport for them.
Sorry, Madam, just a second, Madam. If I can propose to Advocate Marriott, there was a breakdown of transmission. If she can just restart reading back from paragraph 26.
Paragraph 26.
26.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Please. The process of transferring the patients picked up pace, and Dr. Lekwane and Mr. Sinele complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the MHCUs. They also complained that they were under instruction from Dr. Manamela. In respect of the former MEC Kwendane Mhlangu, they mentioned that everyone was afraid of her. All the MHCUs that were in Waverley Care Centre were eventually discharged. I was the last person to leave Waverley, and at the last day, the 31st May 2016, there were approximately 38 MHCUs that had not been placed at the NGOs and in the designated hospitals. We were informed that the 38 MHCUs could not be placed at an NGO as all the NGOs were full. They indicated that they did not have transport for them and they could not transport it that night. The GDOH requested our head office that those MHCUs be transferred to one of the Life Esidimeni facilities in Randfontein. The MHCUs were fetched by emergency medical services at 1945, and at that time I had to stay with the MHCUs.
Yes, what happened, Ms. Marriott?
Yeah, once again, there seems to be a transmission problem. I've just phoned Advocate late.
Mr. Late, can you assist her?
I apologize, my lady. I was dismissed from the Teams meeting.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yes. Just read slowly. Don't rush, because some of the words they will not appear properly on record.
As a court pleases.
But everyone is. But I just want everything to be properly on record. You were on paragraph. Let me see.
I'll start 28, my lady.
Yes, you can start at 28, yes.
Thank you. The GDOH requested our head office that those MHCUs be transferred to one of the Life Esidimeni facilities in Randfontein. The MHCUs were fetched by Emergency Medical Services at 1945, and at the time I had to stay with the MHCUs with one enrolled nurse, and I had two nursing auxiliaries and one care worker. All the contractors had to leave, so I had to go to the kitchen and get food for them. Because the MHCUs were to leave before 1600 hours, no food had been prepared for the MHCUs. Fortunately, there was still food.
Just a second, I'm not sure whether I'm hearing something from the background which doesn't seem well. There is a funny sound. I'm not sure if the others hear that. I hope it's not affecting our record.
I can close the windows of the office, my lady.
Okay. But is it does it have to do with the windows? I don't know. I don't know where could this come from. You hear it now?
Yes, yes.
So
yes,
it's going to disrupt our record. Just try to sort out what could be the problem.
The windows has been closed, my lady. I don't know whether it's better.
Yeah, just keep quiet for a few seconds. Yes, I think we can continue. You can continue. That's fine.
Thank you. All the contractors had left, so I had to go to the kitchen and get food for them. Because the MHCUs were to leave before 1600 hours, no food had been prepared for the MHCUs. Fortunately, there was still food in the kitchen, and those of us present fed the MHCUs. The MHCUs, upon discharge, had a summary report setting out both the psychiatric condition and medical health, in brackets, comorbid conditions, close brackets, with the medication, in brackets, 28 days when discharged to an NGO and 7 days when discharged to hospital, close bracket. The complete file was not transferred with the MHCUs. All the patients were identified with name tags. The MHCUs in our care were not malnutrition, dehydrated or unkept.
Malnourished.
Malnourished, dehydrated and unkept. Thank you, my lady. They were also not in the state when they left. They were also not in that state when they left our care. In fact, Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Senelu were there every day, and they would see the MHCUs as they boarded the transport vehicles. At no stage did they identify and raise the issue of MHCUs being in poor health with us or with our head office. Upon discharge, the MHCUs had their hospital clothes and any clothing that had been donated to them. I recall that there were a few new tracksuits that were left in the facility after everyone had left. We did not keep any of the belongings of the MHCUs. The marathon project deviated from the transfer process we had been following for many years. Under normal circumstances, we would have followed the following processes. 32.1, we would have the MHCU assessed by the MDT, who would satisfy themselves that the MHCU was suitable for discharge and transfer. 32.2, we would communicate with the family and prepare the MHCU for the transfer. 32.3, we would visit the family and or NGO that was earmarked to receive the MHCU. 32.4, the MHCU would be sent on leave of absence, in brackets, LOA, close brackets, initially for 7 days, then 14 days, and then a month. 32.5, once it was established that the MHCU was adjusting to the new environment without relapsing, then the MHCU would be then discharged and transferred. The marathon project was not an open-ended transfer, with the well-being of the MHCU being the primary objective. The project came about because the contract had been terminated, and there was thus a final date when all MHCUs had to be transferred out of the Life Esidimeni facilities. Consequently, the process that we followed in terms of the SLA and as set out above was not followed. Following the closure of the Waverley Care Centre, I accept a position at Westkoppies as an area nursing manager. I was due to start on the 1st of June 2016. I started in Westkoppies on the 1st of July 2016 as I was tasked to see to the proper closure of the Waverley facility, which include making sure that all medication left in the facility was moved to other depots, pharmacies, and all records were sent to Metrofile. At Westkoppies, they asked me in the nursing meetings that rehabilitation programs were in existence at Life Esidimeni, which I explained. I would then go to the occupational therapist to establish whether similar programs could be implemented at Westkoppies. Then the statement has been signed and commissioned, my lady. The commissioning was done on the 7th day of May 2019.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions then for this witness.
Thank you. Time for cross-examination of the witness. Can we start from seniority? Whoever wants to start. Who's ready? Who's available?
My lady, I'll just record that, as I said previously, I will go last when it comes to examination of this witness.
Yes, that has been noted.
Thank you, my lady.
I take it that it's still going to follow. Mr. Wooders, are you available? You seems to be the most senior.
My lady, I'm available.
Yes, are you ready?
Previously, the interested families of the deceased.
Okay, no, if they want to start, I'm just checking because there was an issue about. Yes, Ms. Kasim, do you want to start or I don't know?
I'm happy to cede to my seniors in order of cross-examination, my lady.
Okay, let's hear. But if you are ready, you can proceed. I don't know. I was just trying to accommodate everyone because in the past you used to start. Maybe that's why Mr. Wooders wants you to start. Okay.
It's not necessary for me to begin. I'm happy to go in order of seniority.
Okay, all right. Mr. Wooders?
My lady, I'm in a position to begin.
Oh.
I don't think it's ideal because usually a lot of information comes out afterwards, but I'm very prepared and prepared to go ahead and do so.
Come again?
I don't think it's ideal because in every instance, questions have arisen after the cross-examination or on account of the cross-examination, but I'm prepared to begin with this witness and finish her because there are Jewish holidays next week. So I do believe I'll be finished possibly even long before tea time, if not lunchtime. So I can proceed, my lady.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Buthelezi, as I understand your evidence, you are currently still employed by Life Esidimeni as the nursing manager at the Waverley Care Centre. Is that correct?
Come again, we're not audible.
Ms. Buthelezi, as I understand your statement, you are currently employed by Life Esidimeni as the nursing manager at the Waverley Care Centre. Is that correct?
Currently, no.
When did you leave there?
In October 2020.
Okay, so when you deposed to your statement, you had been re-employed there. Is that correct?
Yes, I was unemployed.
Okay,
Come again, you were still employed at the time?
No, my lady, the point is she went back to Life Esidimeni and you'll see in paragraph 2.1 of her statement, when she deposed to her statement, she was the nursing manager at the Waverley Care Centre of the Life Esidimeni group. So she had gone back there. Is that correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
That's correct. I went back there in 2017.
So you were re-employed there from 2017 until October 2020. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So you have had the benefit of dealing with these issues both from Life Esidimeni's perspective and whilst employed by the Gauteng Department of Health. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to go one step further, you have the benefit of having had personal interaction with the patients and experience of what occurred from both sides of this situation. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree.
Thank you. So just to give the court some more detail, can you tell the court for what period of time you were employed by Life Esidimeni?
From 1990 until 2016, May.
Yes.
Yes.
And then in your subsequent re-employment was from 2017 to 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So there was a gap of approximately 1 year from May 2016, and you went to work at, and it's detailed in your statement. I'll give it to you now. Best copies, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you returned back to Life Esidimeni, back to the Waverley Care Centre in 2017, where you remained until 2020. So you have approximately 20 years work experience at Waverley, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you were told that there's going to be a termination by the Gauteng Department of Health of the Life Esidimeni contract, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that contract is what's known in this commission as a service level agreement, an SLA, between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni that had been in existence for some 36 to 38 years. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as I understand, and it was the evidence yesterday of Dr. Makatra, that agreement and the purpose of referring patients from the state hospitals to Life Esidimeni was a type of a step-down process to reintegrate them back into society. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So at all times, you knew, as did Life Esidimeni, that the main purpose was to reintegrate these people back into society. So it was like a stepping stone back to society. You confirm that?
That's correct.
Now, can you give this court some indication of the shortest period of time that people were at the Waverley Care Centre while you were there?
The shortest period, it can be 2 years, 1 year.
Okay. And the longest period of time, if you think of patients that were there for long periods of time, what was the longest period of time?
More than 30 years.
So do you see the irony of a stepping down process where a person comes from the department into a privately owned clinic for some 30 years without being reintegrated back into society? You're nodding your head. It doesn't come out audibly, and I don't know if everybody's watching. So you do see the irony of that. Is that correct?
Kindly repeat the question?
Yes, with pleasure. Do you appreciate or see the irony of a person being transferred from a government institution to a private institution with the view to reintegration into society and remaining in that private institution for an excess of 30 years?
It was not an easy task because as patients have to be prepared for a longer period.
No, I appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Please feel free to continue.
The patient had to be prepared for a longer period. And at times we find that the patient is already prepared, but there was limited resources of NGOs to transfer the patients.
I understand what you're saying and I don't dispute it, but 30 years seems far in excess of any type of stepping down or reintegration back to society. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree.
And aligned to that is the cost factor. So if it's taken a person in excess of 30 years to be reintegrated back into society, you will appreciate that that has a financial implication. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree.
Now, added to that, if one looks to reintegration into society, that would also mean that part of the process at Waverley Care Centre where you employed was to reintroduce or facilitate the reintegration of the people back to their families. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree.
So it was a two-pronged approach. To put it bluntly, it was either to send them back to their families or to send them to NGO. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
So who assessed the patients that were there at the expense of the Gauteng Department of Health in order to see whether they were ready to go back to their families or to the NGOs?
It was a collective decision assessed by all the MDT.
And by MDT, I mean the multidisciplinary team, is that correct?
Team, that's correct, yes.
Now, I just want to deal with this first, and then I will deal with the contents of your statement. But we heard similarly, and we have certain documents of a report that was conducted by the Health Advance Institute in 2000 and based on 2013 through to 2014. I'll be specific with the months. It's March 2013 to March 2014. And this was referred to yesterday by the Council for Life Esidimeni, Mr. van Bergen. I will use the old page references that I still have to just highlight various aspects to you. Some, unfortunately, don't have page numbers, but I can assure you that I will read as much as I can from the actual page numbers to the extent that it's possible, and I'll give you the cross references. So the report basically was intended to provide a financial analysis of the costs, was the first section, and the second section was to evaluate the compliance of Life Esidimeni with the terms of service level agreement, one that I've referred to, with the Gauteng Department of Health. Do you understand that as the purpose of this report?
Where is the report, if you can refer the witness to the page?
My lady, the report doesn't have this page in it, but I can tell you it varies in the pages. We have the pages vary from page, there are aspects of it from page 759. I've done the cross references quickly this morning, my lady, through to 843 odd, but I will, or 845, but I will give the page references that I can. But it's just a general statement. There's very little written that the purpose of the report was financial assessment and compliance with the SLA. I'm putting it to the witness. The reference to that, my lady, for my learned friends, and if they have a copy of the report, is page 3 of the report. Under that, in background, there's a big 01, says to provide a financial. It says there, the Gauteng Department of Health awarded a contract to Health Advance Institute, HAI, to 1, provide a financial analysis of the costs of the care provided by Life Esidimeni. Then a big 02, evaluate the compliance of Life Esidimeni with the terms of their service level agreement to the Gauteng Department of Health. It's a general statement just to explain the purpose of the report, my lady. I do believe a hard copy is available in the office where the witness is, and maybe hand it to her. You will see that, as will your ladyship, on page 3 of the report.
Me also. Yes.
Page 3, my lady, of the report. It's not in. Well,
page 3, because I just want to, you referred me, page 3 of the report. This is the first page. Okay, now I'll go to page 3. It's okay. I got that. Proceed.
Thank you, my lady. So the first aspect dealt with financial assessment. I don't believe that you, as the nursing manager, you're
Which
involved.
paragraph is that?
The first aspect is not a paragraph, my lady. I'm trying to summarize the beginning of the report.
Oh, okay.
The first aspect was financial management in your capacity as a nursing sister and nursing manager. I don't believe you're that involved in the financial aspects. But if you would turn to page 9, you'll see a table, and it's just deals with what we were dealing with earlier. And I'll put it to you as a statement on page 9. Your ladyship will see there. It's a table, and the last 3 lines on the table deal with LOS, length of stay, is at 31 March 2014. And it would appear, and I've done the calculation, that 428 patients stayed, their length of stay was less than 1 year, but 1,545 patients, length of stay exceeds 1 year. Do you have any comments on that, Ms. Buthelezi?
I was not directly involved with the finances.
Yeah, this isn't finance, it's length of stay. I made that clear, madam.
Yes.
Thank you.
My lady, if I may.
Yes, who's that?
It's
Ms. Hassan.
Yes,
I'll switch off my microphone to comment.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Hodes, to interrupt you. I'm just struggling to follow because I'm not sure what page on case lines Learned Senior is referring to. I hear what page in the report, but I'm struggling with the page on case lines.
That is what I asked counsel, but now he said he's referring the witness to the hard copy of the report. But then I went to page 759, and then I started to look at the numbers as he was saying, page 2 of the report. I'm not sure, but just look there.
My lady, my attorneys found a reference that will help my learned friend. It's page 865.
865.
Yes, my lady. It's in a very, very bad order, but at 865, you'll find length of stay.
Thanks. I found it, Mr. Hodes. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Please feel free at any time. I know the number of documents is very difficult in this matter, and this was filed in a haphazard manner, to which I don't blame anybody.
When you refer to pages, please assist us, because now you see here it says page 19 of the report. This page 865.
As your ladyship pleases. My lady, I'm going to mute myself. I see Mr. van Bergen is switched on his.
Okay, I'll attend to him. Just a second. I just want to look at this page that I was referred to. Oh, this is the table. Yes. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady, and my apologies to Mr. Hodes for interrupting. I just want to make sure whether Mr. Hodes is referring to the HAI report as originally placed on case lines. That is under E1 and E2, or to Ms. Sanella's affidavit A30.
So it's pages?
My lady, I'll I have them that E1 starts on page 759 and E2 starts on page 820, but it seems it also goes on to Annexure E itself, which is 847. I just want to make sure that that I'm at the right place and that it's not a different document.
My lady, to answer Mr. van Bergen, unfortunately, some of these pages aren't filed there, so it's an incomplete and it's misfiled, and I'm not trying to attribute blame. So what I'll do in each instance is, from now on, when I refer to pages, 90 to 100% of the time, I have the page references transcribed across, and I will give them the page references. And where the page doesn't appear, it's beyond my control, but I don't believe there are many of those, my lady. If I can.
I hope this will assist, because I was getting confused now. Okay.
It's very confusing, my lady, I agree. And I apologize to my colleagues. The next page.
Just before you proceed, Mr. Hodes, You started from which page? Because I did exactly what Mr. Van Bergen did, as you referred to the hard copy of the report. You mentioned that you started from page 2, then you went to page 9 of the report. But then I couldn't follow. I went straight to page 759 on case line. So I looked at the pages of the report on top.
They don't appear there in order, my lady. That's why Mr. Light had assisted us yesterday by giving us a full copy of the report.
Okay.
We're grateful.
I don't have
from now on, my lady,
yes.
I'll move forward and I'll give you the page reference in each instance. So
yes,
the next...
I'm just worried that because the witness has already responded to certain questions, so when one reads the record, I don't know how one is going to follow this. Unless if you just refer us to those particular pages where the witness has already responded before you proceed. I don't want you to repeat that evidence. The evidence is already on record.
Thank you, my lady. I'll move forward then. Right. So the next page for my learned friends would be page 766. It's page 38 of the report. I need to give both references because they filed incorrectly.
Yes, that is much better that way.
So page 766. Was referred to yesterday as the profit at the facilities and how it compares to the stock exchange. And Mr. Van Bergen fairly, I would submit, compared this to the chart for my learned friends, my lady, on page 31,570.
Yeah, just
31,570, my lady. The chart is there. So one sees the profitability and the budget allocation and expenditure. But this report, my lady, as I've made very clear, related to the period March 2013 to March 2014. And there was a request there to compare it, and your ladyship will see, and I'm going to put it to the witness, that the profit that's referred to under that table there, and it says of particular importance in the costing of life Esidimeni services is their stated profit for the year. The profit over all facilities is 29,857,196 rand on a turnover of 215,746,159 rand, or 13.8%. You see, and this was dealt with by the witness yesterday.
Okay.
Now, the point that I want to make, my ladies, if one looks at page 31,570, it would appear that the expenditure exceeded this. It was almost 235 million rand. But I don't believe that this witness, as I said, was involved in the finances. So it's just to ask her, and she's shaking her head, which I can understand because of the capacity that she was employed in. You cannot comment on this. Do you agree with me, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I cannot comment. I was not involved with the finances.
If you would turn the page to 767, I'm going to try steer away from finances, but you'll see there in the second line of the last paragraph that the predicted rate per patient day was 320 rand. Do you have any knowledge of that, madam?
I don't.
Right. We will then turn to the compliance with the SLA, which is the second part of this report, as I put to you previously. My lady, that starts at page 782. Your ladyship will see there. In the record, it says 02, contractual compliance evaluation. And that's why I was only explaining with the page that was unnumbered previously, my lady, that was the first part of the report. The witness doesn't seem to be qualified with respect to do with finances. If we can look at contractual compliance, because that's where she was on the ground and involved. And then I will turn to page 793. Against the background of SLA requiring reintegration back to families or introduction to NGOs. And at page 793, as part of the evaluation process, you'll see there's a paragraph 8 that says that after receiving the application, the 2 mental health practitioners assess the patient and determine the patient has a chronic mental disorder and cannot provide care for him or herself. And it's there 97% yes, 2% no. And 8.1 was the admission on within 5 days of the application in 86% of the time, yes, in 13% no. Then paragraph 9, which is the issue that I want to turn to deal with Ms. Buthelezi. It says there, did the provincial or district health service check that a bed was available at the facility prior to admission and document the appropriateness of the admission? And there the answers are very divided, almost 50-50. It's yes in 51%, 49% of the balance. So it would seem that in almost half the instances there wasn't an inquiry made in advance to see whether a bed was available for the patients. Do you have any comments on this, Ms. Buthelezi?
The provincial will check with us if the beds are available, and then we will make them aware that the beds is available in Waverley Care Center. Then they will send the appropriate documents to us, whereby all the MDT will assess those documents, and we agree if the patient is appropriate to be admitted in our facility. Then the social worker will send a response to that particular facility.
That's what should happen, but if you look at this report, it would appear that in almost half the instances this didn't happen. In other words, in almost half the instances, either there was no check made whether a bed was available, or a check down on the appropriateness of the admission. Do you have any comments?
That's not true.
Okay, so you dispute the report. You'll see beneath that in paragraph 10, I'm just going to read it to you out of fairness, that the details recorded on admission, the full name was 100% of the time they had their full name, 82% of the time they had the address of the patient, 73% the next of kin, 68% address of next of kin or relevant family member, and contact telephone number in 72% of the time. Do you have any comments on that, madam?
It's possible.
I beg your pardon?
I said yes, it's possible.
Thank you.
The report is correct.
If you would turn to page 797. Now the assessments. And the question that's asked at 1.8 is, was there a regular full assessment by a doctor? In brackets, should be at least every 6 months. And it says yes, 89%, no, 11%. You see that? Fortunately, Waverley, you'll see from the table below, and I put it to you out of fairness, scored 100%. In other words, out of the 26 people whose files were looked at, there was a positive answer in every instance. So at Waverley, it would seem that they made these assessments quite regularly, but not at the other centers. Do you have any comments?
It's true, because we had our psychiatrist and the medical officers on sessional basis. They were always available.
And you'll see there that 1.8.1 on the same page. When was the last time a doctor visited the patient? And it was yes, 96% within 6 months, 71% were between 3 and 5 months previously, no 1%, unknown 3%. And beneath that, you'll see the psychiatric care report, because you've referred to the psychiatrist, and you'd see that even at Waverley, where there were 26 patients, 2 of the patients had not been assessed by a psychiatrist within 2 weeks of admission. Do you have any comment?
It's possible.
Thank you. If you would then turn, please, to page 807. And I'm going to remind you that you were in agreement that the purpose of sending these people to Life Esidimeni was to reintegrate them either back to their families or to introduce them to an NGO. And at paragraph 4.2, under the general heading of family contact, it's regular feedback to family. Has this taken place? Relating to the 85% of patients for whom family contact has been made, regular feedback has taken place in the following percentage of cases. It's yes, 76%, no, 24%. Do you have any comment?
It's possible because some of the families were unable to contact them.
And then you'll see the family contact, and you'll see the regular feedback to family. Has this taken place? And you'll see even for the numbers are given there. So for 28, there wasn't regular family contact. Out of 114, for 86 there was. Dealing with Waverley, there was regular contact with 20 of the 26, not for the 6. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, I can agree.
You agree. And you'll see there in 4.2.1, when was the last documented contact with the family or families initially contacted? None, 1%. More than a year ago, 20%. Between 3 months and a year ago, 33%. Less than 3 months ago, 44%. Do you have any comment there?
It's the social workers are the ones which were keeping the records, but the chances is that this can be correct.
Then I want to apologize to you, but I want to take you back to page 805. In our version, it was 5 upside down, but we've now turned it around. You'll see 805, and this is about the rehabilitation or discharging of the patients. And paragraph 3.6 is pertinent. And the question asked is it the objective to try to achieve dischargeable status within 1 year? And the answer for 24%, which is less than a quarter of the people, was yes. And for the overwhelming majority of 76%, the answer was no. Do you have any comment?
This is paragraph, just a second.
Paragraph 3.6, my lady.
On page 8.
Page 67 of the report, page 805 of the record. Does your ladyship have it?
What page of the report?
805, my lady.
Yes, I'm there. Okay, continue. Yes.
And 3.6.
Yes. I got it. Continue.
Thank you. So I've put to the witness that it's in the overwhelming majority of cases, 76%, the objective was not to try to achieve dischargeable status within 1 year. And I've asked if she has a comment.
Okay. What is the response?
My response is that 60% of our patients were non-dischargeable. That's what I know.
60%?
Yes.
Now, that 60% that were non-dischargeable would go against the very purpose of the contract, the SLA, which referred to this as a reintegration back to society as being the basis for the agreement. Do you agree with me, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I do, but 60% of them were non-dischargeable.
Okay. Yet they remained in the Life Esidimeni facilities for extended periods. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So, and you'll see, if you look beneath 3.6, there's a breakdown of that figure of dischargeable status. And we can look specifically at Waverley. And it's referred to there as Waverley Adult Care Centre, where you were employed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you'll see that if we look at Waverley, of 26 people, 7 could be discharged within a year, but the overwhelming majority of 19 could not. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree, but the problem is that we couldn't discharge the patients to the NGOs because the NGOs were limited.
But 19 out of 26 is closer to 80% than 60%. Mr. Buthelezi, do you have any comment?
I don't.
Okay, and you'll see there that the report says this represents poor compliance. You would agree. If that was the purpose of the contract, it is poor compliance. And 80% are non-compliant. Do you agree with me?
I cannot comment on that one, but all I know that some of the patients were not dischargeable.
But you see, when they were not, when it was determined that they were not dischargeable, were they ever referred back to the facilities that were run and controlled by the Gauteng Department of Health or not?
The department, the Gauteng Department of Health will periodically request a report, statistics of non-dischargeable patients.
So they were made aware that,
they were aware.
Using Waverley as an example, 80% were not dischargeable. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you would then turn, Madam, to page 809.
Just before you proceed, Mr. Huedes, I can't get this clarity on this question.
Yes, my lady.
You just made a remark now to say after the witness had responded to this question where he said what he knows is that some of the patients were not dischargeable. Then you say when they were not dischargeable, were they returned to the facilities of the department? What is the response to this? Were they returned? It needs a yes or no, and then the explanations can come at a later stage so that we can understand.
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted to your ladyship. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Buthelezi?
They were not returned. They remained in the facility.
Okay, you just gave the department a report and it ended there. Okay.
Yeah, they will periodically request statistics of non-dischargeable patients, then will send.
Okay.
And then, as you've said, that remain there has led to the example, which is an extreme example, it's not in every case, of a patient remaining there for some 30 years. Is that correct, madam?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. May I turn then to page 809?
Yes.
And you'll see there it deals with, has this patient ever returned to family for leave of absence? And that of 34% had returned to their family, but 66% had not. Is that correct?
Just a moment, please. We're still trying to get the document turned around.
I beg your pardon, page 809. And I'll repeat the question for you because I know that some of them are difficult to find. So what I put to you, Ms. Buthelezi, is in response to the question, has this patient ever returned to family for leave of absence? 34% had returned, 66% had not. Is that correct?
This is paragraph 4.4.
As your ladyship pleases. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, the patient will return from a leave of absence back to our facility, though I don't have this direct stats like you're presenting it. Or what I know is that patients will go for leave of absence as we are preparing patients for discharge to the family or an NGO.
But if you look at that table there, if you look at Waverley once again, I'm going to use rough figures, about 80% of the patients had not returned to their families for leave of absence. Would you agree with that? It's 19 out of 26.
Are you looking at that table at paragraph 4.4?
Yes, my lady, 4.4. Waverley.
Yes, I'm just assisting this witness.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I might not have the statistics as we are presenting them, but all what I know is that patients were returned to their families after leave of absence, and when we are comfortable that the patient is dischargeable.
Yeah, but it would seem that 73% were not released on leave of absence or returned to their family on leave of absence, if you look at this table. Do you have any comment?
I cannot comment on the statistics, but what I know that the patients will go for leave of absence in preparation for discharge.
And you'll see there at 4.5, they then looked at whether there was an evaluation of benefit of leave of absence for the patient. And if you look at the 7 that went home from Waverley, it's found there that in the case it was 87%, 13%, and that the patient is returned for leave of absence was there an evaluation of the benefit. So they evaluated those 7 people that did actually go visit their families. Do you agree with that? It's 4.5 on the same page.
I can agree with that, though I don't know the statistics.
And then you'll see from the next page, and it's question 4.6, that there was then an evaluation of whether the family was able to cope with the patient during leave of absence. So there was an assessment of whether the person could go back to the family. And for the 7 people from Waverley that went home, there was an assessment of each and every one. Is that correct?
I'll say it's correct because this was the practice.
But what was the outcome of those assessments? Were these people released? Did they continue at Waverley?
When we have satisfied ourselves that the patient is ready for discharge to the families, the patient will be discharged to the family or an NGO.
Now, you included NGOs. So in the process, did you, as Waverley Care Centre, look whether there was an NGO closer to the family that could accept these patients and look after them closer to their families?
That was a difficult task because of the limited NGOs.
Because if you look at 4.7, it seems that there was non-compliance with this task. So 4.7 asks that very question. It's on the page 810. It says, was there documentation of attempts to determine if there is a care facility nearer to the patient's home? They only did that in 6% of the time, not 94%. Do you see that? Which represented poor compliance. Do you have any comment?
I can say that, as I've already said, that it was difficult for us to have patients transferred to NGOs which are nearer to the families.
And then if you return to page 816, you'll see there we have the team members within the different facilities. Your name features there, you'll agree with me. Is that correct? But under Witpoort.
Just a moment. Can you just give the paragraph again to the witness?
816, you see the team members, you see the institutions in the first column. There's Benang, Rand West, Randfontein, Waverley, and then Witpoort.
Is that 816?
Yes, my lady. It's page 78 of the report, page 816 of the document, the case notes document. So now, were you employed at Witpoort or Waverley?
No, it's Waverley. All these HODs were in Waverley. They've put Witpoort under Waverley. So they're supposed to say Witpoort on top and Waverley underneath.
So this is incorrect where it says that you are the nursing manager at Witpoort. Is that correct?
At Witpoort, yes, I was in Waverley, and all this team was in Waverley.
Which Paul Mokoena, Tandi Lusibi, Abdul Ghani, Marie Canel, and Ishamel Dipofa, where were they? At Waverley or Witpoort?
It was a Waverley team.
And the team that's listed there as being Waverley, were they in Witpoort or Waverley as well?
Okay.
I can't follow this.
That was Witpoort.
There's Waverley, and it's got a list of people starting all HODs: Cora Opadeji, Kate Kumala, Priya Govender, Nonka Mulu Mpumela, Lindiwe Ndlovu, Lydia Tembekwayo, Nokutla Makalipi, Alita van Heerden, Dr. Joseph S. Agbodian, Dr. M. Mashili, are all attributed to Waverley there, my lady. This witness is attributed to Witpoort. So it would seem that this is incorrect. Is my impression correct, Ms. Buthelezi?
What are you saying, Ms. Buthelezi? I'm sorry to interject here. What I
appreciate it, my lady.
What I see here, under Waverley, which is on the left-hand side, I see the names appearing here from Lydia Tembikwayo up to Mashile, Dr. Mashile. And then it says all HODs, then there is a name of Paul Mokoena and yourself. So is this correct?
We were in Waverley, the whole team under Witpoort, it was a Waverley team. And the whole team,
starting from Tandi, Lubisi.
That was a Waverley team.
Okay, up to its Wu Dipofa.
That's correct.
Okay, so what is supposed to happen is that the whole team, if we remove this Witpoort, all these people from Waverley here, from Lydia up to the last name that I've just mentioned, Dipofa. So all of them should be under Waverley.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Wodes.
Thank you, my lady. Then if you return to page 817, paragraph 9. The question asked is, has Life Esidimeni refused any requests for admission? Answer is yes. 9.1, if so, how many, when, and reasons for the refusals? Number not recorded, possibly 3. Then it says, patients did not have a mental disorder or had a more pressing medical condition, for example, diabetes, which precluded admission or were underage for the particular facility. Then the question is asked, what were the outcomes of the refusals for patients? The department found alternative facilities for these patients. So my question, madam, is, are you aware of any patients that were refused admission at Waverley when you worked there?
That's correct.
And what was the reason for it?
The reason is that you find that at times they say the patient is aggressive, and in Waverley we're not admitting patients who are aggressive.
And then I apologize for doing this to you again. If you return back to page 816, it's just the previous page. Under the team members, there's a question asked there, which relates directly to what you said earlier. It says, are monthly reports being submitted to the department as contractually required? You see that question, Ms. Buthelezi? And the answer is, reports are sent to Life Esidimeni head office. Further submissions to the department have not been established. Do you have any comment?
It's because I don't understand the question.
Now I'll explain it to you.
Which paragraph is that?
My lady, it's the last paragraph on page 816.
Oh, okay.
According to what's recorded here, Ms. Buthelezi, the reports went internal of Life Esidimeni from the institutions to the head office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. But there was no, they didn't trace submission of those reports from Life Esidimeni to the department.
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that.
So the reports that you referred to earlier relating to the discharge of patients or reintegration back to their families were reports that were sent from Waverley to Life Esidimeni head office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Not to the Department of Health. You agree with me?
It was sent directly to our head office.
Thank you. If we could turn to page 818. You'll see there the question that's asked at number 10 is, have there been cases where the mental health workers assessing a patient for admission failed to agree on the need for admission? And it's positive. In other words, they failed to agree in relation to 4 out of 5 facilities, but not for one facility. Do you have any comment?
Just a moment, I'm struggling to turn the page.
I beg your pardon? No problem.
I'm
I'll repeat it. Page 818, question 10 asks, have there been cases where the mental health workers assessing a patient for admission failed to agree on the need for admission? And it says yes in 4 out of 5 facilities and no for one
They're
facility.
still looking for the page.
818 or page 80 of the report.
Yes, I'm just struggling to turn it around.
No, it's difficult. I apologize to you.
I don't know right that. Ek weet nie waar is hy nie. 80. The original page of the report.
Okay. So question 10, if you have it now, says, have there been cases where the mental health workers assessing a patient for admission failed to agree on the need for admission? And there's a positive response for 4 out of 5 facilities and a negative response for 1 facility. Do you have any comment?
Yes, at times the MT2 wouldn't agree with the admission.
Okay. And then you'll see in 10.1 it says, if so, was a 3rd health worker appointed to assess the patient? It says yes, 2 out of the 4 facilities above, and no, assumed that 2 did not resolve the matter in this way. And then 10.2, what was the outcome? Further information was requested or the patient referred back to the referring social worker, hospital management, or the medical officer may decide. So the way I understand, and please correct me, is that in 4 out of the 5 facilities, there were these issues that arose when there was disagreement in the assessment of the need for the patient to be admitted. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Right. If you turn on that same page to number 12, where it's asked how is leave of absence arranged, 12.1, it's recorded. 12.2, families including the planning for leaves of absence, yes. And then 12.2.1, it asks the question, are families always provided with contact numbers of people or services in their areas in case of need, community mental health services, NGOs, provincial health facilities, and only for 40% are they provided with these numbers. In respect of 40%, they're not. It's documented for 20% of the people and not for 80% of the people. So now that the patients or MHCUs would be sent home, but they weren't, the families weren't provided with contact numbers of community mental health services, NGOs, and provincial health facilities within their area. Do you have any comment?
That's correct, because there was a community referral form which was completed.
You see how they say they were not given the details in 40% out of 80% of the cases. There was a form that should have been completed. Is that correct?
There was a community referral form that was completed, which the patient will take on discharge.
Then if you would turn the page.
My apologies to Mr. Hoders. If I may just make a correction. My learned friend said that in 40% of cases, there was, the families were not provided with contact numbers. The percentage is a reference to the percentage of facilities which complied. So 40% would mean that 2 of the facilities complied. It's not a percentage relating to the patient numbers or the number of families. Just to correct that.
I accept that, my lady. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
If you turn the page to 819, which is somewhat more disconcerting, 12.5. Or any patients currently absent without leave of absence, and yes, 3 in total. How do you understand that, Ms. Buthelezi?
I might not know the statistics, but what I know that the patients at times were readmitted because we find out the patient has relapsed.
Now, but this deals with patients that are on leave of absence without leave, as I understand it. Currently absent without leave of absence. In other words, they are out of the facility, but they weren't meant to be out of the facility, as I understand it. Do you have any comments?
I don't understand this. I don't understand the statement.
Fair enough. Paragraph 13 on the same page. Question.
Yes, I see it's now 11:32.
Perhaps we should take the adjournment, my lady. I apologize.
Yes, I think it's time we take an adjournment.
As your ladyship pleases.
Ms. Buthelezi, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You are giving evidence now. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else. Thank you. The court will take a tea adjournment. It's now 11:32. We will resume at 11:45.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship.
the witness?
My lady, can I address the court before the witness?
Yes, you may do so.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I would like to officially tender my withdrawal for representing both Takalani and Musiko. I've consulted with client and we have agreed that I should withdraw just immediately after.
Okay, I thought you were going to finish the whole day because you are here today so that we can proceed with this witness.
The instruction from class is that I should withdraw with immediate effect for cost reasons.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just before we proceed with the witness, Mr. Late. Where is Mr. Late?
Here I am, my lady.
Yes. I just want to hear you before I give to the others in relation to what has just transpired now.
I'm sorry, my lady, my sound was turned off.
Yes, this relates to the withdrawal as an attorney of record for as a legal representative of record for the Dorothy Sikukuni on behalf of Takalani and Musako.
Yes.
How do we proceed forward now?
My lady, we've proceeded with the proceedings, whereas whilst Precious Angels and Moshe and Chepong and those NGOs were also not represented. So I think we can proceed. Those people are part of the proceedings. In the meantime, they can.
So Mrs. Skukuni is part of the proceedings?
As I understood, yes.
Is he available?
We can just find out whether she's available.
Yes,
she is.
I've been following the proceedings.
I think we can't hear you, ma'am.
I said I'm available. I've been following the proceedings since the beginning of the inquest.
What is going to happen now that your legal representative has withdrawn from these proceedings?
We'll still continue to get other people who can help us pro bono because we ran out of funds now.
And when will that happen?
My lady, I wouldn't know.
But have you started the process?
I have started searching for people who can assist us.
Okay, so you'd like the proceedings to proceed as of now?
As it pleases, my lady.
Okay. Can I just find out while we are on Miss Sikukuni, is it Ethel Mube and Diile? Diana Diile, am I correct, Miss Diile? But I could see that you have been following proceedings. What is your situation? Because I didn't get any update. Where are you? I can't see your.
Who, myself?
No, just mute your mic and put off your camera, Miss Kuni. Yes, you can just. I'm done with you for now. There is Miss Nube and Diile.
It's Noile, my lady.
Noile, my apologies. But she knows because the name is Diane. The other day I didn't even see her. Is she available today?
My lady, when roll call was done, Ms. Noyile was present, and I just saw that Ms. Mube is also here.
Yes, but the other day they said she had connection problems. I just wanted to see her face today. Where is she? I see Ms. Mube was there, but I want to see Ms. Noyile. I've never seen her. The other day we just spoke and I said the message should be passed through to her. But I can see most of the time that they are joining the proceedings. I just want to find out how far they've gone with regard to the issue of getting legal representation.
Excuse the noise there, Judge, but we went through the counseling on
I need to
Friday, and you can't hear me.
Yes, where is your friend, Miss Noil? The other day I couldn't even see her face. Even today, she's not here today. Where is she?
I'm sorry, can I quickly type in the message then, because I'm in a awkward place because we don't have money to load in data, so we have to use restaurants to join in.
Okay, you may do so. But can I get an update as to how far did you go so far? Because I take it that you are.
All right, we're only waiting for the final approval because it has been sent to the head office for the second appeal, and then they will give us a date next week to go and do the final consultation, because we've already given the appeal statements and everything that was needed again.
But you were also given other options. Why don't you also try other options? Because this is busy delaying your situation.
My lady, if I can just assist.
Yes.
My lady, the way the proceedings are going, I unfortunately I was just watching when things were proceeding because we were not part of the pretrial proceedings before the 23rd of July. Mr. Shuping was very much effective in the cross-examination of Dr. Mkachwa. Notwithstanding the fact that Dr. Mkachwa did not touch Takalani and Museko. Now, here we've got poor black women who are not represented under the gaze that NGOs are not implicated. I've noted Precious Mube, when Dr. Mkachwa finished testifying, the court never asked her if she's got questions.
Yes.
And the other friend of hers. Now it is very disheartening to note that these poor women, they have to sit in a restaurant to listen to the proceedings because they don't have data. If the court can assist for them, if they can travel to the court building here in Pretoria and get connectivity.
Are you not like myself hearing that for the first time?
Yes, my lady. However,
but what do you expect me to do under the circumstances? Because these people have been. Yes, I hear all your concerns.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, what do you expect me to do? Because we have been having meetings, which I understand for reasons you are not part of them. These people, they were all informed. There was a notice prior to that meeting, even before the subpoenas could be sent, right?
Yes, my lady, I hear
about
that.
Legal representation.
Yes.
And I really appreciate what you are trying to say. You even indicated the other day that you will check.
Yes.
As to whether, can I finish and then I'll give you the chance.
My apology.
You even availed yourself to say you would try to see if you can help where there is no conflict of interest. You remember saying that?
Yes, I'm going to do that as well, yes.
Yes, but then remember, I must just keep on checking on them. The better option that will be there will be in case where they feel that that is the reason why they'll have to be present in and listen to the proceedings. So they will be afforded that opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses if possible, because now they don't have legal representation. The only thing that I can do as of now is to allow them to attend the proceedings. That is why I keep on checking with them, because I don't want us to hold this proceedings specifically for them.
As please the court, my lady.
Yes, and that is why now I haven't forgotten them. The same applies to those who have indicated that they do not want legal representation. I cannot force them if they don't want to do that. Yes.
I note the court's remarks. However, we are sitting with Princess Ngube. She's waiting for the outcome of the appeal to the legal aid.
That is why
the court has proposed that she should approach the Law Society to get assistance.
Not only her alone, together with the one that I haven't seen here. And I understand, I sympathize with her because of the situation that they are facing, that they now have to go to restaurants for what they are saying, right? But in the meantime, I mean, their concerns, I indicated at the beginning, my registrar will attest to that some of them who cannot do anything can even go to court and see if they cannot be assisted if possible, like the unrepresented accused.
I really appreciate the court's concern. I can even see on the court's face that there's pain when the court, I understand that. And one proposal, my lady, I think it would be in the best interest of justice that only this witness finishes testifying. I've read her statement. I can confirm to the court that the majority of her evidence, it won't touch the NGOs. That one I can confirm. So that will give them the today until Monday to give us a picture. I'll as well read the statements of Precious Ngube, Ms. Dorothy Kukune, and see myself and Advocate Makani. I've spoken to Advocate Munjelele. She's as well prepared to raise her hand so that we don't have challenges going forward, because the court has noted that Precious Ngube, she does not have connectivity. You can even see the background. Yes. It looks like a restaurant. Yes. Surely that is purely a case of a bit of an injustice. My lady, I'm indebted to the court, and I can see that this is quite painful to the court as well. It's unfortunate. We'll try our best to assist.
And as you are mentioning the name of Advocate Makani, previously, I can see, I'm noting your hand. I'll come back to you, Mr. Late. Since you are mentioning the name of your learned friend and homeboy, Mr. Makani, and also your sister and Wosubuku and others, your sister Mjerere.
Yes.
In particular, with reference to Mr. Makani, I haven't heard his feedback regarding, he offered the services, but he never said anything with regard to this other. Remember?
Yes, it's
yes. When we postponed on the last day before we postponed, he did that, but I never had anything for him to say. I made arrangements. I managed to do what he has never reported to the court.
My lady, now I was talking about Makani, my junior.
Oh, Makani. I thought, I'm talking about Makani.
Yes. Makani, my junior. We discussed some of the...
I see. I don't know whether Mr. Late had forgotten to put down his hand.
I suppose so. My lady, I was talking about Advocate Makani.
Okay.
We reflected on this because...
Can you please, because I think you said that the other day, because yes. I mean, this delay with the legal aid is not taking them anywhere.
It's not taking the matter any further.
For them to keep on saying that this is their second appeal and the like, it's not taking them anywhere at all.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. We'll try and assist the court.
I even said the other day that if you can, please check.
We will do that. We'll assist the court.
We also have those two, but we cannot force them.
No, those ones, we don't want representing my lady. We are going to leave them. We're going to assist the court with Precious Ngube, and we'll check with Ms. Dorothy Kukune.
I think they are about, let me see.
Just note them, my lady, because some of the colleagues are quite prepared, my lady.
let me see. Yes, I think for now it's, and there is also Karina Morale.
Yes, Karina Morale, yes.
There are 3. Where
Yes,
is,
ma'am.
can I just find out? Maybe she's also having the same problem. Where is Karina Morale? If I may.
May I speak? May I speak, my lady?
Yes.
Karina Morales sent me a message that for the rest of the week, she will not be available to attend the proceedings, but she will catch up because she is busy with burial arrangements.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
May I just offer my services to everybody, any of the witnesses who do not have connectivity.
Okay,
They are
thank you
welcome,
very much.
they are welcome to come to my office. We will assist them here. We will provide to them the necessary connectivity and IT equipment to follow the proceedings and be part of the whole of the proceedings.
Okay.
Furthermore, I can tell now, without any waste of time,
yes,
as the lead of the prosecuting guided investigation, that there is a definite conflict of interest between Mr. Sibara and the NGO owners. Definite
yes.
conflict. Yeah,
Yes, but
definitely.
what about Mr. Makanya? Mr. Makanya said something.
I don't know if he's going to stay the junior for Mr. Sibara, representing Dr. Manamela. There will also be a conflict of interest.
Yes, correct. Yes.
But otherwise, there is a definite conflict of interest regarding all 3 of the people that are not legally.
But he also mentioned the names of Advocate Mujerera. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
There was also Mr. Mapianya. Let me hear you because you haven't come back to me. I don't know what you did, and you were just quiet after you offered your services. If I may, who's this now?
My lady is Mr. Profi. Can my lady see and hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I apologize for the lack of lighting. My lady, I just wanted to catapult on what the evidence leader has stated, that in terms of what my learned colleague had advised, that the current witness hasn't said anything that implicates MPOs. As somebody who is representing an MPO, that is not entirely correct. And the sensitivity that I asked the court to approach for these ladies is that during my cross-examination, I was going to ask the court that when certain witnesses refers to NGOs, we're not certain which NGOs the witnesses are referring to. So when I was going to cross-examine the witness, it's a matter of requesting the witnesses to then state which NGOs with specificity.
They normally do. I don't know, you were not here the other days because when they were cross-examining, that was noted. Can we deal with one issue at a go and finish it, and then before you cloud the issues? I thought we were dealing with the problems that we're encountering now so that we shouldn't leave the witness waiting. Where is Mr. Mapianya? Is he available today? It doesn't seem that he's present.
Yeah. No, I'm present, my lady.
Hi, Kosukwelo, you have been quiet, man.
I don't have a lot to say today. I wanted to actually listen.
Remember the other day you indicated that you were prepared to assist these other NGOs. I think it's Ethel Ngube for Precious Angels and Diana Noyile, and there was also Karina Morale, am I correct? But is Tsepong not represented? Mr. Late?
Mr. Late, the evidence leader would be in a better position to.
Mr. Late?
My lady, while Mr. Late
no. Ms. Morale was represented for about 5 minutes by an advocate who just disappeared.
I'm confusing Tsepong with Mosebo. That's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Let us quickly deal with this, and then I don't want to keep it's not fair to Mr. Wodes Yes, can we deal with this quickly? Yes.
My lady, I said I would be willing to represent them. My instruction.
But what efforts? Did you do something and check with them? Did you check their statements and your client statements to check if there is no conflict of interest? Did you do that? Please do something and report. I'm going to ask you, do something over the weekend and check if you will be in a position to take at least one of them.
I didn't say I was going to do it pro bono, my lady.
Okay. But I thought you were saying you were prepared and you will talk to your attorneys.
We were prepared to assist if they were willing to. Not necessarily. Yes, my lady.
Okay.
So in that.
Can you try to see what you can do? Communicate with them and see what you can do before Ms. Sebuku says something. Will you do that? And can I get a report maybe on Monday?
As please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Sebuku?
Thank you.
Is it Sebuku or Seboko?
Sebuku.
Sebuku. Oh, yes. This is Venda, ne?
It's one, my lady.
Ah. Are you born Venda?
No, my lady. On the issue of the report, I
heard you speak in Venda quite properly.
I do. I'm originally from Zimbabwe, my lady.
Oh, okay.
My lady, on the issue of the report, actually, you've suggested what I wanted to suggest. I've been contacting my learned colleagues on the group, and I want to suggest to them maybe during so that we don't.
No. You're confusing me. I was saying let's finish one issue, and then once we are done, I'm more concerned about the representation of these three people.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I want to say my learned colleagues and I, during the lunch break, together with Mr. Lade, maybe what we need to do is to compile a report for my lady with the names of all the witnesses, the NGOs who are unrepresented, and also the kind of support that they need. Because some of them might be needing technical support, some of them might be needing data, some of them may be wanting money to come to Mr. Lade's offices every day. So I was just suggesting that maybe if we prepare a breakdown of who needs what help for submission before you on Monday, then we don't need, during the lunch break, then we don't hold up the witness under evidence.
All right, I hear you. Can we move now to other things?
As a court, please, my lady, as I just, it's not necessary for any meeting between the minds. The witnesses can merely contact me, and I will discuss their problems with them and see what problems we can sort out.
Oh,
the next thing is the health. Health Advance Institute report has been uploaded to case lines because of a lack of my own section. I took the liberty of using Mr. Hodes' section, but it is now the last document on case lines. The first page thereof is 33006.
33006.
Yes, should as soon as Irene has made a new section for me, I will move it down to the new section.
Okay, but in the meantime, we can just follow the same pattern that we've been following.
Yes,
just to avoid confusion. We shouldn't rush to this section. Okay.
And it's just for the ease of the reading of the other.
Yes, okay, I've just made a note here. Just to close that issue of the three NGO owners, what I would suggest is that Mr. Late, after you shall have spoken to the three, you can just maybe provide whoever is available or is willing to assist. Maybe as you talk to them, you can always talk to your colleagues here, and then so that they can check maybe as to whether there is no conflict of interest and if they can at least be in a position to assist so that we can facilitate the finality of the proceedings, please. All right. Mr. Huades, just bear with us. Now it's your turn. You may proceed. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
We won't be interrupted now.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we were at paragraph 12.5 on page 819. We were dealing with 3 patients who were currently absent without leave of absence.
Yes.
What I want to put to Ms. Buthelezi is that would mean that those patients are lost in the system. Nobody knows where they are. Would you agree with me, madam?
Just a second, there is some noise in the background. I don't know who didn't mute his or a mic.
Thank you, my lady. May the question be repeated?
Yes.
Yes, sir. If you look at 12.5, where it says that there are 3 patients currently absent without leave of absence, my interpretation of that is that means those 3 people are lost within the system. They're missing, but they haven't been excused. Would you agree with me, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I do agree, though I don't know the stats.
Right. Now, this is troubling because I want to put to you further, and it's a matter of public record, that on 11 March 2020, Jack Bloom of the DA is recorded on News 24 saying,
11 March 2020.
Yes, on 11 March 2020, Jack Bloom is recorded on News 24 saying the fate of 8 patients may never be known. Nearly 4 years later, so from 2016 to 2020, because Life Esidimeni could only provide files on 4 of the 8 missing patients. And he goes further. He says the dates of births for some patients are missing and contact numbers for family members were incorrect. So it would seem that the record keeping at Life Esidimeni is not adequate, and this has disastrous consequences, as we see here in 12.5 and the comment by Jack Bloom. What is your comment, Ms. Buthelezi?
I cannot comment because I was not aware of that incident.
Okay. Now, you'll see there, still on page 819, 12.6, how often does Life Esidimeni have to collect patients from home after leaves of absence? And it's 0, so they don't fetch them. It's asked, is this recorded per patient? No. And 12.8 is transport home provided the beginning of a leave of absence, so it's no. So it would seem that there are no transport facilities provided by Life Esidimeni to ensure that these patients can actually go home to their families for leaves of absence. Would you agree with me?
Most of the patients were fetched by the families themselves.
And if you're on the same page, paragraph 13, the question that's asked is, does Life Esidimeni provide the 3,300 beds as prescribed in the original agreement? And the answer is no. Then you'll see there's a breakdown of the facilities and the respective beds. It comes to a total of 2,210 beds. And this was for the period March 2013 to March 2014. Then it says beneath that, currently Life Esidimeni is providing 2,380 beds. The reasons for these differences have not been determined. No written amendment has been obtained. So the way I understand it, and I want you to comment, the agreement at that stage made provision for 3,300 beds. It was underutilized in that only 2,210 beds were accounted for, and Life Esidimeni was in a position to provide 2,380 beds. Do you have any comment on my interpretation of that?
I cannot comment on the stats, but what I know that in Waverley Care Center, we had 580 mental health care users.
Was that at all times?
At times will be 1% under.
Okay, but if you look at these statistics for the whole of Life Esidimeni, it seems that there was wastage in that there's a contract for 3,300 beds, and almost 1,000 less are actually utilized. Do you have, or in some instances, even more than 1,000. Do you have any comment?
I don't have any comment.
Right. If you return the page then, madam, to 820, facilities, paragraph 14, there's a question there whether the department has inspected the facilities and it was positive for 80%, negative 20%, and you'll see that Waverley was inspected during that year in August 2014. Would you confirm that?
Yes, audits were done twice per year.
Right, so you're aware of them. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm correct.
And you participated in them in your capacity as the nursing manager, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So then you'll see in 14.1.2 on the same page, it's asked what issues were raised as a result of the inspection. And then it says issues raised. First bullet point, documentation should improve. Do you have any comment?
It's because I don't remember the outcome of the audit presently.
That's
but it can be
repeated.
one of the comments.
I beg your pardon. That's repeated, so I won't repeat it again. The next comment or issue raised is social workers report did not clearly record family contacts and preparation of discharge. Do you have any comment?
I don't have a comment because I don't have the audit report in front of me.
The next point is in infection control. The issue is that the hand washing material should be put in every hand washing sink. Do you have any comment?
The same comment that I don't have the audit report in front of me, so I cannot comment on this one.
Then within your realm of professionalism, there's a comment there, incomplete nursing interventions. Do you have any comment?
Yes, at times there was. I agree.
Incomplete nursing interventions.
That's correct.
What is meant by incomplete nursing interventions?
You find that when they write the report, they didn't follow the correct format.
When they do what?
When they write the report, they didn't follow the correct format. Is that correct?
Yes. You were talking at the same time. What are you saying?
I'm saying at times when they're writing the nursing reports, you find that they didn't follow the scientific process.
Okay, continue, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, my lady. If you would then turn to page 823, paragraph 19, family tracing. Do you have that?
Yes, you may proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You see there, 19.1, how many patients presently do not have recorded family connections? And the percentages are listed there. For Waverley, it's 15%. Is that correct?
I might not have the stats, aware of the stats, but some of the patients didn't have the families.
For Randfontein, it's as much as 50%. Do you have any comment?
I don't have a comment because I was not working in Randfontein.
Okay. We then turn to paragraph 20, post-discharge planning. 20.1, do all discharged patients receive a discharge summary? Yes, for 100%. Then 20.2, are discharged patients provided with a 1-month TTO to take out? The answer is yes for 80%, no for 20%. Do you have any comment?
All patients that were discharged were given medication because we needed to be compliant with the SLA.
Yeah, it would appear that that wasn't the case for 1/5 of them, 20%. That's why I asked you if you have a comment. In other words, there was non-compliance with the SLA in that regard.
Not in the facility that I was working at.
20.3, if you'll turn the page, so we've turned the page to page 824. It says, do discharged patients receive a change of clothing prior to discharge? Yes for 40%, no for 60%. In other words, they leave in one set of clothing and there's no change of clothing in 2/3 or 60% of the instances. Do you have any comment?
My comment will be When the patients are being discharged to the families, the families will bring clothes for the patients. When the patients go to an NGO, they will be provided with clothes, as some of the families were donating clothes to us.
No, but the point is that most of the patients that you discharge left in the clothing they had and had no change of clothing. That's what this report says in 60% of the instances. Do you agree?
In Waverley Care Center, when patients are discharged to the families will bring clothes. And when patients are discharged to an NGO, we provided them with clothes, which were donated by some of the families.
20.4, are arrangements made for subsequent medication supplies prior to discharge? It's yes for 80%, no for 60%, which doesn't make any sense at all. Do you agree with me?
Patients were provided with medication.
For what period of time?
As per SLA, it was for 28 days when the patients go to an NGO or to the family, or when they're going to a provincial hospital, it was for 7 days.
20.5, are there any current processes in place to arrange for employment for any patients about to be discharged? And the answer is no in 100% of the instances. Do you have any comment?
Sure. 20.5. Discharge. Some of the patients, we had programs in place. I'll give an example. We had one patients that were discharged and they were assisting with car wash in one of the malls in East Rand.
20.6, how is the family included in these preparations? Answers only in very few cases. Do you have any comment?
The families will be invited in an MTT meeting, especially if we find that the family are reluctant to take the patient because of the previous incident, which happened at home by the mental health care user. Then the family will be invited for family therapy before we start preparing the patient for discharge.
Yes, but while you refer to that, this report said that only happened in very few cases. Do you have any comment?
I don't have a comment, but this is what we're doing in Waverley Care Center.
20.7, have families participated in providing prescribed activities with the discharged patient? Yes for 40%, no for 60%. Do you have any comment?
My comment will be the families were involved in the preparation of the mental health care user.
20.8, is there a special discharge preparation course for the patient or patients? It's yes for 100%. 20.9, in the case of discharge or disability, grants arranged? Yes, 40% of institutions, not applicable to others. Do you have any comment?
My comment will be some of the patients did not have the ID documents, so the NGOs were reluctant to admit the patients.
Okay. Then it's recorded there that 188 grants were arranged in 20.9.1, but then we turn to 21 post the discharge record. And you'll see at 21, have any patients requested access to the records? Yes, Randfontein, one patient. If so, have these requests been granted? No, request denied. So there was, according to this, an instance where a patient from Randfontein wanted his records and they refused to provide them. Am I interpreting it correctly?
I can't comment on that one. I was not working in Randfontein.
And then you'll see there that there's a unique file for each patient and it contains the subsection specified in the agreement. So there's compliance in that regard. Would you confirm that?
Yes, I agree.
We're now going to turn to page 826, which deals with staff training, paragraph 23. Now, the question asked in 23.1, do you have the page?
Yes.
What training is provided to staff directly involved in patient care? says all facilities provide monthly in-service training and CPD courses. Some specialized clinical training is provided. Training on specific topics is done in response to staff requests. Would you confirm that?
That's correct.
23.2, is there a basic rehabilitation course provided for all non-professional staff? It's yes for 60%, no for 40%. Any comment?
I might not have the statistics, but this is what it was done.
23.3, is there a basic patient care and first aid course provided for all non-professional staff? Yes in 60% of the cases, no for 40%. Any comment?
Yes, it was done, though I don't have the stats.
23.4, is there a basic hygiene, nutrition, and exercise course provided for all non-professional staff? And the answer is no. Do you have any comment?
It's not true.
Do you dispute that?
Yes, I'm disputing it.
23.5, is there a training course provided for all staff on how to manage disruptive, difficult, or dangerous? Is there a basic rehabilitation course provided for all non-professional staff? And the answer is no.
That's not true.
23.6, is there a basic recognition of danger and prevention of suicide course provided for all staff? And the answer is once again a resounding no. Do you have any comment?
That's not true.
So what courses did you provide for your non-professional staff relating to these issues?
All these programs, the programs of, for example, the rehabilitation of non-professional staff, how to manage a disruptive and difficult, dangerous mental health care user. We actually network with Vescopies. They send some of their staff to train our staff on de-escalation.
So there was training, but it was provided by the department if it came from Vescopies, from the Gauteng Department of Health, is what you're saying. Is that correct?
Yes, it was from Vescopies, yes.
Okay. If you turn the page, please, to page 827, you'll see their complaints, paragraph 24. It says, have any complaints been received from patients or relatives? And it says, yes, 100%. Do you have any comment?
All the complaints of the people, we had a system in place and all the complaints were addressed, either from the patients or the families.
Addressed by who?
By the MDT. It depended on the type of the complaint.
So was it referred to the Department of Health or dealt with internal of Life Esidimeni?
We followed the Life Esidimeni, but it depended on the type of the complaint.
Well, in 24.2, it says, if yes, how have these been handled? The answer is, in all cases, management attempts to correct the problems. Problems have been related to food, tuck shop times, etc. 24.2.2, are all complaints reported to the Department of Health? Yes, uncertain. No, complaints are normally reported to Life Esidimeni head office. It is not known if these are sent on to the Department of Health. Would you confirm that?
Like I said, that it depended on the nature of the complaint. If the complaint is relevant to Department of Health, it will be sent to our head office. Our head office will be the one that communicates with the Department of Health.
If you could turn then, please, to page 830. It's a paragraph 7 dealing with safety hazards. This was touched on yesterday. A is, do you have it, Ms.
Yes.
Peterlizzi? Thank you. You'll see there's 7 safety hazards. A, are there any safety hazards noted? Broken glass, no, 100%. But then 2, syringes or sharps not properly disposed of, yes, 40%, no, 60%. Any comment, madam?
I might not be aware of the stats, but yes, we did have.
Paragraph 3, slippery floors, yes, 40%, no, 60%. Any comment?
In Waverley Care Center, we didn't have any slippery floors.
What is the response? I didn't pick that up.
I said in Waverley Care Center, we didn't have the slippery floors.
Okay.
Okay. Number 4, can hot water from tap...
Proceed, the witness must ensure that everybody hears her. Please try to be audible enough.
Thank you, my lady.
Everybody, yes, continue.
Paragraph 4, can hot water from taps burn a patient? Yes, 20%, no, 80%.
All what I know is that our hot water was regulated.
But then
it had
finally,
regulators.
beg your pardon. Okay, finally, are electrical plugs and cords are in good condition and safely out of the way? 100% compliance. You confirm that?
That's correct.
Right. Now, if you turn the page to 831, this is now the analysis. So this is what the report analysis is. Then you're going to do recommendations and conclusions. So it says, as can be seen from the above reports, there's generally substantial compliance with the terms of the SLA. The following items are presented as areas that may require further investigation or review. First bullet point. In most cases, there is not an intention to achieve a dischargeable status within 1 year. Do you confirm that?
Yes, that's true.
Second bullet point. In most cases, there is not a record of milestones achieved in the patient's file. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I can at times.
3, documentation of progress achieved needs to be complied with. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I can.
Fourth bullet point, staff do not feel that they have made every effort to explain the management or treatment of the patient to the patient and or family. Do you confirm that?
I cannot agree with the statement.
5, weekly rehabilitation meetings are generally not taking place. Do you have any comments?
That's not true. That's not true. We had a schedule in place.
6, PRN medications have not been divided into minor stroke short-term medication, for example, paracetamol for minor pains or pyrexia, or sedative stroke tranquilizer types of medication which could be used as punitive therapy for disorderly patients. The SLA does not specify types or purposes of PRN medication. Any comments?
I don't agree with the statement.
I beg your pardon?
I don't agree with the statement. It's untrue.
Next bullet point, regular feedback to families takes place in only 75% of those where initial contact has been made with the family. You agree with that or disagree?
I do agree because some of the families were not contactable.
Next one, not all facility managers understand that it is part of their responsibility to try to find alternative accommodation for the patient.
I don't agree with the statement. It was a collective effort by the MTT members.
What attempts did you or anybody else make to find alternative accommodation for the patients, for the MHCUs?
The social workers were responsible, but it was also a collective decision.
So from your answer, I infer, and I'm giving you the chance to comment, that you personally did not take any steps to do so.
I don't agree.
What did you do? It's a simple question.
We will network. I had a list of the NGOs that I network with, and other people that I know will network to find out if there are any NGOs, and also find out from the Department of Health if there are any new NGOs.
So you did know about the NGOs and which would be ideal for placement of these patients, of these MHCUs. Do you agree with me?
I do agree.
Thank you. Next bullet point, containers for disposal of sharps were not evident in all nursing units.
I don't agree with the statement.
Finally, on the bullets, most staff have not had training in first aid.
I don't agree with the statement. Most of them were trained, and we received a certificate. They were trained by emergency services.
Right, so then we have the recommendations. It's quite long, but you have a copy in front of you, so I'm going to read it to you. Paragraph 1. Since in most cases there is not an intention to achieve a dischargeable status within 1 year, this provision requires review. Do you have any comment?
It was difficult for us to find placement for the patients in the NGOs.
It says a number of reasons were provided to explain non-compliance with this objective, but it is evident that the mental health problems which necessitated the admission to one of the Life Esidimeni facilities are not reversible. It is therefore suggested that the provision be reworded as follows. The objective is to achieve a dischargeable status in 1 year, unless by written agreement with the department a more limited objective is determined for a particular patient. Do you have any comment?
It was a very difficult task to discharge a patient within a period of a year.
But the patients that were referred to Waverley, was it the intention when they were received to discharge them within a year? As per the SLA.
At times it was difficult because of the limited NGOs. At times the families didn't want the patients because of the previous history of what the patient did at home.
So was it your experience, and I'm going out of the document to ask you, that many families were quite happy to leave their family members at the Life Esidimeni facilities indefinitely rather than have them back home?
It's true.
Thank you. So in other words, they weren't accepting responsibility. They're quite happy to leave them there within Life Esidimeni and not collect them or facilitate their reintegration back into society. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Paragraph 2, or second recommendation. The process of setting objectives for individual patients, adjusting therapy and intervention to achieve these goals, and the evaluation of progress towards these goals is not universally implemented. But since the objective of providing long-term care is to attempt to develop the patient to his or her greatest potential, this should be the main focus of the care teams. I'm turning the page. Where patient failed to progress, the reason could be either that the interventions were inadequate or that the objective was too optimistic. For each new patient, the supplier should provide the department with monthly progress reports for the first year. At the end of the year, an agreement should be reached between the supplier and the department in respect of each of these patients as to whether specific goals are to be set, and if so, what, if the patient only requires general care. Do you have any comment?
I'm still internalizing the statement.
I appreciate that. It was long. Please reread it if you wish to grasp the content of it.
I don't understand the supplier. Who are you referring to?
Life Esidimeni. It's not me. It's not my contract.
Okay. What I know is that,
yes, ma'am.
What I know is that when the patient is admitted, the patient is assessed by all the MDT. Rehabilitation objectives are set for that individual patient and will follow through on those objectives in preparing the patient for discharge. In my knowledge, patient discharge starts on admission.
But the issue here, I beg your pardon, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
On admission.
Okay. The issue here is that there's a proposal or recommendation that there should be monthly progress reports for the first year, and that at the end of the year, an agreement should be reached between the supplier and the department in respect of each of these patients as to whether specific goals are to be set, or if the patient only requires general care. Do you think that's a good recommendation, a bad recommendation? What's your view?
All patients were physically assessed on monthly basis by us. And report will be written in the patient's progress report.
That's internal of your organization. I'm talking about reporting back to the Department of Health. That's what the recommendation is here.
The stats will be sent to our head office, and the head office will send the stats to the Department of Health.
But they didn't set specific goals. Do you agree with me?
I don't understand when you say specific goals.
For me, it's self-explanatory. The fact that you don't understand speaks volumes. I'm going to move to the next recommendation. It's paragraph 3. It says, contact with families could possibly be substantially improved by the provider. This is particularly relevant to those patients who do not receive family visits and are not suitable for leave of absence. It is very important that all family contact is recorded by the supplier so that the objective can be fully evaluated. Do you have any comment on the third recommendation?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Fourth recommendation, if the finding of suitable alternative accommodation, it is in fact part of the responsibilities of the supplier, the department needs to ensure that the supplier in turn ensures that its management staff are fully aware of this requirement. However, it seems counterintuitive that this should be a responsibility of the supplier. It should probably be the responsibility of the department to ensure that admission to a facility of the supplier is only requested once the department has established that there are no suitable alternatives available. Do you have any comment?
I agree with the statement.
Yeah, the statement's self-explanatory. It's saying you're providing a service at a cost, so you as the supplier would be encouraged to let people in rather than to turn them away. Do you agree with me?
It all depended if we have any vacancies.
Paragraph or recommendation 5. Training in first aid is useful not only in the provision of health services but also in the community in general. First aid training is a requirement in the SLA and is relatively easily provided. The department could insist that the supplier meets this requirement perhaps within 12 months. Any comment on the 5th recommendation relating to first aid training?
All what I know is that most of our staff were trained in first aid and they were trained by emergency services.
When you say most, I want to put you, it doesn't mean that each and every one of them was trained. Do you agree with me?
I said most.
And when you speak of most, what percentage do you have in mind?
I don't have.
Okay. 6th recommendation, the SLA requires the establishment of internal quality assurance teams. The department could make use of this provision in the SLA to develop the reporting tool that will adequately monitor the care of patients in the supplier's facilities. The determination of how this should be done is beyond the scope of this analysis, but we would be very happy to assist the department to develop the necessary tools and processes in a subsequent project. Do you have any comment?
I agree with the statement.
Okay. Then the conclusion is on page 833, and they say as follows. The Gauteng Department of Health entered into a service level agreement with Life Esidimeni for the accommodation and care of mentally challenged patients. This agreement has been in place for several decades, and the department wished to determine if it was getting value for money, and whether or not the supplier was complying with the terms of the SLA. Do you understand so far?
Yes, I do.
I continue, second paragraph. On the basis of the information collected relating to the financial management of the service, the suitability of the facilities to accommodate the patients, general administration of the service, and the quality of patient care provided by the supplier, Health Advanced Institute has compiled this comprehensive report that we believe its contents are enough to assist the Gauteng Department of Health to make sound and evidence-based decisions with regards to financial planning, management, and decision-making. Are you still following?
Yes, I do.
Then it says that there are a number of areas which can be improved. In particular, the setting of objectives for each patient and the recording of progress against those objectives could be improved. In addition, there should be a discussion between the supplier and the department. In the event of failure of any patient to progress, the department would need to determine if the patient is unable to progress or if an inadequate intervention has been provided by the supplier. If the patient is unable to progress, possibly the patient should be considered in a different category as provision of interventions which are not beneficial to the patient may simply divert care from those patients who would benefit. Do you have any comment?
I agree with the statement.
Thank you. I'm going to turn, if you could follow me, please. I only have two more aspects to cover on the ratings that were given. The first one appears at page 840, which coincides with page 102 of this report. And it's paragraph 4.1.3.3. Would you please tell me when you have that page? I think it may have been filed upside down as well.
Can you please provide the page number again?
840, which coincides with page 102 of the HAR report.
840.
840, yes, my lady.
I've got the page with me.
And you'll see that it says 4133. The provider, which in this instance is Life Esidimeni, shall provide transport within Gauteng in the following instances. And I'm going to read them to you. When necessary, subsequent to admission of a patient to and from hospitals and other health services operated by or on behalf of the department. Do you have any comment?
I'm still looking for the page.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I thought you had it. I apologize. I'll repeat what I had said. I know it's difficult. You have to turn it around as well.
Sorry, my computer is struggling to turn the page around. I'm just going through the complete document quickly because I can't seem to turn the page.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. And
Milady?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, Mr. Hodes. Perhaps if I can assist. Remember the other time with Dr. Mukachwa, we asked the evidence leaders that if they go to the tab that says find, to the far right, they will find where they type in the page number. And after they do that, they go to view, and then they will find icons which says upside down. And
Correct.
by just pressing that, then the page turns. As the court
Yes,
pleases, lady.
Thank you very much.
thank you for your assistance. I appreciate that. Thank you.
My computer doesn't want to accept that command.
I'll summarize the question without having to.
Just do
find the
that,
page.
please. Yes.
I just want to, okay. What they say here is that that Life Esidimeni scored a C, which is 50 to 75% compliance. It's not full compliance at the facilities in relation to the transport of these MHCUs. And by transport, they mean to and from the hospitals, to trace or visit family, to facilitate the patient taking authorized leave of absence, to be discharged, etc. So they say that there wasn't full compliance with the obligation to provide transport. Do you have any comment?
It's untrue. We never struggle with transport.
Then at page 843, it's paragraph 13.3. It's another C scoring. And I'll read it to you. And if you have it, it's page 843, which coincides with page 115 of the report. Do you have it?
Yes.
Thank you. It says, and I explained to you, there's a C score, which is non-compliance or 50 to 75% compliance. It says periodic authorized leave of absence to the family or other suitable settings shall be arranged wherever possible to facilitate achievement of the patient's rehabilitation. Family members or others responsible for accommodating the patient on leave of absence shall be involved in planning the leave and counseled regarding their expectations and responsibilities. They should also be linked to sources of assistance in the community, in particular community mental health services. Timing of an assessment of the success or otherwise of leaves of absence shall form part of each review of the patient's progress. Do you have any comment?
When patients are prepared for LOA, we involve the families, and we had a form where we completed and we requested the family to put the outcome of the leave on that form. And then we'll record in the patient's progress report. And in our MDT meeting, as we divided what the dates of our MDT, at times we will be discussing, there will be a day where we discuss all the LOAs.
That completes the questions on that report. May I request you, Madam, to please turn to page 1064 on case lines.
Just before you go there, I just want to alert you that it's now 9 minutes before 1 o'clock. I don't know
Yes,
how long you want to proceed with that now, or?
Yes, it will be quick, my lady.
Okay,
I'll be
that's
done
fine.
before 1 on this document.
Page
1064, it's a letter that was compiled and sent by Dr. Morgan Nakachwa on the 15th of February 2016. And it refers to, it's marked without prejudice and refers to the termination of contract.
Let them get the document first.
Thank you, my
Would
lady.
you like the document, my lady?
Okay, yes, you may proceed.
I'll be very quick, my lady, on this document. It was referred to under further cross-examination by Dr. Mukachwa.
Yes.
It's 1064. You'll see, Madam, I'll introduce it. It's a letter signed by Dr. Morgan Mukachwa in his capacity as the Managing Director of Life Esidimeni on 15 February 2016, addressed to the Head of Department Health, Dr. Celebano, copied to the Deputy Director General, Dr. Labeti, the Project Manager, Mr. Mosenochi, and the Director of Mental Health, Dr. Manamela. And it refers to the termination of contract 31 March 2016. It says the above subject has reference in paragraph 1. Paragraph 2 reads as follows, and this is the crux of my question. I'm not going to do the whole document. It says, at the MHC users family meetings, the department through the MEC and HOD assured the families that no one will be losing their jobs, as all qualified employees will be accommodated within the department structures. Despite the various meetings and requests expressed by Life Esidimeni, the department has not clearly communicated with Life Esidimeni on the following critical issues arising from the termination of the contract. And it then explains what's going to happen. But what I want to put to you, Madam, is that the issue canvassed here, or the point that was being addressed, was the loss or potential loss of jobs. So there was an assurance that nobody would lose their jobs. Do you have any comment?
I might not be aware of the document, but what I know is that in one of the meetings with the Department of Health, this is what was said, that all staff from Waverley Care Center, if I may be specific, will be accommodated.
Thank you. My lady, would this be an appropriate time to take the adjournment?
It's 6 minutes before 1 o'clock. If you want to proceed after 2.
Yes,
I think, yes, I think it is the opportune time for us to take a lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. The witness is warned.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
As a complete, my lady.
Are we ready? Afternoon.
Afternoon, my lady. We're back. We're back.
Afternoon, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Good afternoon. My lady, I think there's one issue that may be outstanding.
Yes.
Mr. Shuping, before the lunch break, after the tea break, applied to withdraw. And I don't recollect whether it was formally granted to him to withdraw by the court.
I think I excused him.
Oh, fine. No, I wasn't.
I take it that I've excused him.
I may just have missed it. Thank you, my lady.
No, I understand. Remember, this is an inquest, but I think I addressed that. He is formally excused. He is withdrawn as a legal representative of Dorothy Sekukuni.
May it please the court, my lady.
All right. That is on behalf of Takalani and Mosebo, yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pina. The witness, it's a reminder that she's still under oath. Mr. Huades, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. No, I don't intend to take much longer. Ms. Buthelezi, do you confirm the obvious fact that Life Esidimeni was a business that was privately owned and operated as a business?
Yes, I agree.
And that its purpose of conducting business was to make a profit. Do you agree with me?
I was not dealing with finances, but yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the court what percentage of the MHCUs at Waverley came from the Gauteng Department of Health and as compared to the whole population within the Waverley Centre?
Waverley Care Centre, we are admitting patients directly from provincial hospitals. We're not admitting patients directly from the community.
So in other words, all of your...
But the percentage...
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I cut you. I apologize. I thought you'd stopped.
I said, we're not admitting patients directly from the community. Patient came to Waverley Care Centre as referrals from provincial hospitals.
So would it be fair to say that all of your patients were there in terms of this SLA agreement with the Gauteng Department of Health?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, do you know what an MHCA 11 form is?
It's a transfer form to notify the review board that the patient has been transferred to NGO or the patient has gone home.
And the MHCA 3 form?
3, it was for admission. 3, it was to notify. Let me remind myself. 3, it is a discharge report from a mental health establishment.
And at Waverley, did you have access to a photocopy machine?
Yes.
And was it working and accessible to everybody who needed to make copies of any records or documents?
That's correct. We had 2, upstairs and downstairs.
So if anybody needed to make a photocopy of anybody's records or patient file, they could do so utilizing the available photocopy machines, as I understand. Is that correct?
People who are legally to do that were allowed.
Thank you. And then did you have any transfer records or register for patients that were discharged, whether it was to go to a state hospital or to go to an NGO?
We will write a summary report, a comprehensive summary report, and we will also provide them with the Mental Health Care Act forms. That is the 2.5, which is a medical report, and the 4.
Now, you went from the Waverley Care Centre to Westkoppies, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, were you aware of any complaints, either at the Waverley Centre or at Westkoppies, from any of the patients?
Complaints from the patients?
Yeah.
No.
And you'll also be aware that whether you worked at Waverley or Westkoppies, deaths do occur amongst MHCUs. Do you agree with me?
I do.
Okay. Right. What I want to also put to you is that when the patients were transferred from Waverley and the other Life Esidimeni facilities, Life Esidimeni had an obligation to notify the families where their loved ones are being transferred to. Do you agree with me?
That's correct. It has been a practice.
Thank you. Then, on account of the fact that all of your patients came from the Gauteng Department of Health, when this marathon project was introduced, it resulted in the termination of the contract, but the practical effect thereafter was that the Waverley Centre would be closed for all intents and purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's what caused you to move across to the Westkoppies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that occurred between June and July 2016. Is that correct?
The facility was closed on the 31st of May.
Yes.
Then in June, I was remaining to make sure that...
31st of May, which year?
2016.
May 2016.
Yes.
Then in June, I remained in the facility because I was tasked with the responsibility to make sure that all service provider equipments are sent back and the medication is sent to other facilities. And then in July, July 2016, I started in Westkoppies.
Thank you. Now, if you look at your statement that you made at page 1434, paragraph 4, there was prior notification circulated within Life Esidimeni that these transfers were taking place on account of the contract being terminated. Do you agree with me?
I agree.
When were you informed for the first time of the intention to terminate the contract, as you refer to in paragraph 4 of your statement?
I don't remember the month, but it was 2013.
So from 2013, you're aware of it, and it was implemented and finally carried out, as you said, up to May 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in paragraph 15, you talk of a meeting with family members in January of 2016. Okay. Do you know the precise date or day of the week that meeting took place?
It was in January, but I don't remember the date.
The day of the week?
It was during the week, yes.
Okay. And what role did you play in that meeting? What was your involvement in that meeting?
I was only present because the meeting was called by the families.
But did you address the meeting? Did you play any significant role?
No.
Because my client, Ms. Mahlangu, has no independent recollection of you being present at the meeting. She doesn't dispute that you were there, but she says if you were there, she never engaged you and you never engaged her. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
And she says that through the period of this contract and whilst you held the position of MEC, she regularly worked from 7 a.m. in the morning, often past 8 p.m. at night. Do you have any comment?
Come again?
She regularly worked
Mm.
from 7 a.m. in the morning till 8 p.m. at night during the week, and even on weekends for political commitments. Do you have any comment?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And she says that at that meeting, she listened to the family's concerns because they were voiced at that meeting. Do you have any comment?
She couldn't answer most of the questions that were posed by the families.
And she says that she asked Thank you, my lady. I see people are still joining because it's plus 27.
Can I look at the time? But I see the majority of them are in. Let's just wait 2 more seconds. Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you, my lady. What I was saying to you, madam, when the system closed for whatever reason, is that my client had asked that a family committee be established. Do you remember that?
Come again?
My client had asked that a family committee be established. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that she had recommended to family members to go with the officials when visiting the NGOs. Do you have any comments?
That's correct.
And further, that if they were not happy with the inspection, she gave them her personal work cell phone numbers to call her.
That's correct.
You say that she couldn't answer questions. Can you remember the questions that were asked that you say she couldn't answer?
One question was, how has the Department of Health going to prepare the patient psychologically since the patient were in life Esidimeni for longer periods? The second one was...
Where are you reading? Are you reading on your statement or you just talking?
I'm just talking.
Okay, continue.
The other question was, are the patients going to be placed at the NGOs which are nearer the families?
Yes. Is there anything else that comes to mind?
Yeah, even the admission criteria for those NGOs, she couldn't tell the families.
Okay. You say that she was extremely arrogant. What did you mean by that?
Her tone of voice was very harsh and she was very dismissive. And her facial expression was that of an undermining.
Because my instructions are that she had been given instructions from above that it was due to financial constraints that they had to terminate the contract. Do you have any comment?
That I'm aware of, that they're terminating because of financial reasons.
And she says that I'm instructed that despite having given her cell phone number to the people at that meeting, which you've confirmed, nobody ever contacted her with any complaints. Do you have any comments?
The report from the families was that the cell phone was never answered. Even the email that they sent to her, there was no response at all.
There's no mention of any emails here. What she says is that she gave them her cellular phone number. Nobody contacted her.
She also gave the email address.
You say the email as well?
Yes.
And she denies having been rude. Do you have any comments?
I think she's entitled to her own opinion, but what I've observed, she was very rude. And she actually, there was even she was even using her hands, and the tone of her voice was very harsh.
And what she also says is she told the family members present that if they didn't want the patients to be transferred out of Life Esidimeni, they were entitled to engage Life Esidimeni directly. Do you remember that as well?
It was a question which was posed by the families to her.
And she says that there she explained to them that in Brazil, the mental health patients lived with their families. You confirm
That's
that? You're
true.
nodding your head?
That's true.
Now, in your paragraph 31, you say there, upon discharge, the MHCUs had their hospital clothes and any clothing that had been donated to them. I recall that there were a few new tracksuits that were left in the facility after everyone had left. We did not keep any of the belongings of the MHCUs. Whose tracksuits were those?
Those were the AC tracksuits, which were kept for emergencies in the emergency disaster room.
Then in paragraph 35, you say, at Vescopies, they asked me in the nursing meetings what rehabilitation programs were in existence at Life Esidimeni, which I explained. I would then go to the occupational therapist to establish whether similar programs could be implemented at Vescopies. So what rehabilitation programs were there in existence at Life Esidimeni Waverley when you were there?
We had the vocational skills.
Come again? You had?
Vocational skills, my lady.
Okay.
We had a sensory stimulation.
Please, ma'am, so that I shouldn't be interfering, please. Yes? Continue.
Oh, okay. Vocational skills training, stimulation programs, managing of finances, garden service, garden projects, and pillow making projects, craft, indoor games, soccer, playing, challenging with, we'll have a team playing against maybe St. Michel or Randfontein and so on.
And did you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I apologize, I thought you were done.
Program and a patient attending the physio for, to reduce weight.
Mm-hmm. And did you introduce these programs in Vescopies as well?
No, we're still in a planning phase because the first 3 months I was on orientation.
And after the first 3 months?
Then I was given an opportunity to relieve in one of the wards which accommodated the Life Esidimeni patients. Then we tried to implement those programs, but they said to me at the end of the financial year, when they change staff, I was allocated to work in the wards whereby Life Esidimeni patients were accommodated. Unfortunately, I left before I could be allocated in those wards.
Okay. So I want to put you went across to assist with the integration of the former Life Esidimeni patients in Vescopies. Do you agree with that?
Come again?
The purpose of employing you and taking you across from Life Esidimeni to Vescopies was to assist with the integration of the patients from Life Esidimeni to Vescopies. Would you agree with that?
That was not a primary objective. There was a post in Vescopies I applied.
And you accepted?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. What is happening now? I can't. I want to come back to the screen. Yes, who's next now? Ms. Hassim, are you the next one? Oh, there is also Mr. Pinar.
That's right. There's Mr. Pinar, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Mr. Pinar, come. You are on behalf of who again?
Pardon, my lady?
You are on behalf of?
Of
my memory, yes.
But the proposed witness, number 8, Hannah Hendrika Jacobus.
Okay.
On the sequential list of proposed witnesses, she's number 8, lady.
Yes. Who follows then after you? Where is the representation on behalf of Mr. Silvano? I see Mr. Waddle Pringle is not here. Mr. Martin?
As it pleases. My lady, sorry, I was just going in order of seniority. I was just waiting for my senior.
You know yourself. I don't know who is who.
Yes. Well, I can clear your plate now because there will be no questions from Dr. Celebano to this witness.
There won't be any questions. Then who's next after him? Please assist me.
My lady, I think it's me. I'm not sure. I'm ready to go. I don't want to jump ahead if there are any seniors who have not gone yet.
This is what was proposed. I thought whoever is ready, but we have already started. Let's deal with it as you proposed. If it is your turn, you can just continue.
I'm ready to continue.
Back to the screen. I don't know, but as long as I take it that I'm audible enough and I'm visible.
Lady, I can hear you and I can see you.
Yes, but I wanted to see the witness when she responds to the questions. Otherwise, I would have to leave the meeting and come back, but I didn't want to do that. Yes, just continue then. I think I'll just struggle. Maybe I'll find what I want here.
Lady, I can see the witness.
Okay. You may continue. It's just that I think I must just leave the meeting and join again because I can't go back to what is happening here. I didn't have any problems before, but I don't know what's happening. Irene, can you assist me, Irene? Okay, let me just leave the meeting.
My lady, before the court leaves the meeting, there's 3 dots on top.
Yes,
which gives you the option for more actions. Then the court can go to gallery. It might assist the court.
Let me see. The 3 dots I can see on the left-hand side, am I correct? No?
It will depend on how you sign into Teams, my lady. But there's 3 dots, and if you click on the dots, it gives you an option, more actions.
This one I don't think is the one because it takes me to settings.
If the court goes down to gallery with those settings.
Okay, just let me. Yes. Yeah, I'm not at the right place at all. Let's just proceed because otherwise I'll be wasting time. I'll just have to.
As a court please.
Thank you very much.
Milady, it might help for the witness to log off and to rejoin.
Yes, maybe that should be the solution, because I'm trying to follow. There is this.
My lady, I'm sorry, but I can again also not see the red dot of the recording. I don't know if can anybody else see it. I just wanted to double check if it's recording, because since we have rejoined again, all of us, I don't know if we started recording.
Yes, thank you very much. Irene, can you please check if you are on record?
I'm here.
Are you there?
Yes.
Irene?
Yes, Judge.
Yes,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear.
Yes, I can hear you, Judge.
Are we on record?
Oh, it means oh my gosh. When that the call ended, the recording stopped.
So we don't have that part of Mr. Guedes, the final part of his cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. Let me just check from the transcript where it stopped. Maybe it will pick it up.
But if it was not recording, how will it do that?
Let me check. Sometimes when you press record, it will just record it will just add what was said before, even if it was not recording, and just combine everything. But I just need to confirm first.
Okay.
Let me check the transcript. Now it will tell me where it stopped. No, Judge, from the transcript that I have, it shows that it's from 14:31. It's not showing me everything that was done before then. Judge, from the transcript, like I can see the transcript starts from 14:31. It's not showing me the transcript from before that time. It just started where you said cross-examination. So I take it that we lost the couple of minutes after we reconnected.
My lady, if I may suggest, the proceedings are being live streamed on YouTube. So the part that is not captured in the recording on Teams, if perhaps the registrar could have a look at that for the purposes of transcription to fill in the gap. You are muted, my lady.
I've just came back. Yes, we didn't even know the time, but the transcript, transcript will show, and one will have to look at to go to YouTube. Irene, I hope you will take that advice, right?
Yes.
So that yes, okay. Please mute your mic. So it's now recording, yes, because I was worried I couldn't see the screen, I couldn't see anyone. All right. Ms. Hasim, you may proceed.
As the court pleases. Good afternoon, Ms. Buthelezi.
Afternoon.
I represent 44 family members in these proceedings. And I won't keep you long. I've just been, I would just like to ask you a few questions, and they'll be based on your statement. So if you could have your statement open in front of you. And I understood from your evidence so far to the court that you had expressed concerns about the move of mental health care users from Esidimeni. Correct?
That's correct.
And at paragraph 9 of your statement, if I can just read that to you, you say, we also cannot simply transfer MHCUs to either NGOs or the family members when they are not sufficiently stable to cope with the transfer. Some MHCUs would become aggressive when discharged to an NGO, and the MHCU would then be sent back to Life Esidimeni. And then lower down in your statement at paragraph 13, you say the following: during the strategic planning meeting with the GDOH, we voiced our concerns. These concerns that you say you voiced, is it the concerns that you describe in paragraph 9 that I just read to you?
Yes, that's correct.
And you say you met with the Gauteng Department of Health, the GDOH. Can you say specifically with whom in the Gauteng Department of Health you met?
I might not remember all of them. It was our meeting with our principals from head office and the hospital managers from Life Esidimeni, and from the Department of Health it was Dr. Namela, Dr. Sophie Linkwane, Nongceba Senwele.
Just go slow, ma'am. You say who and who?
It was Life Esidimeni team from our head office,
Yes.
and the hospital managers from Life Esidimeni facilities in Gauteng.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
Dr. Sophie Linkwane.
Yes.
Nongceba Senwele.
Yes.
Mr. Libete.
Is it Sinelo or Sinuelo with a W?
Sinelo.
Okay.
Senelo.
Okay. Yes. Manamela, Sinuelo, and who?
Sophie Linkwane.
Yes.
Mr. Libete.
Dr. Libete, yes, and Dr. Linkwane. Yes.
Yes. Those are the few that I can remember.
And
from, sorry, I remembered one for the one who was representing the HR. It was Sitselo Chabalala.
Yes.
Thank you. And who of those from the Gauteng department, the names that you mentioned, was leading the Gauteng department team? Was it Dr. Manamela?
That's correct.
Thank you. So in paragraph 13 still, you say you voiced your concerns and you explained that those were the concerns in paragraph 9. And you say you sought answers regarding the plan and the NGOs. Can you say more specifically what concerned you about the plan and what you mean by the plan?
The plan, we wanted a comprehensive plan which was going to outline the names of the NGOs and their admission criteria, and where are those NGOs, in which area are they, and how are they going to prepare the patient psychologically, because the patients have been with us for quite a long time. And how are they going to address the issue of patients without IDs?
And in relation to the NGOs, what specifically was your concern? Let me place this in context. We've heard testimony that Life Esidimeni would place users at NGOs. This was part of the process of discharging users into other facilities. So why were you now concerned? Were these the same NGOs or were these new NGOs?
It's for the new NGOs.
So in other words, you hadn't heard of these NGOs before?
That's correct.
Did you visit any of the NGOs?
No.
And when you asked about, when you sought answers, you say, regarding the plan in the NGOs, did you get any response? Were you informed, for example, which NGOs the patients would be sent to?
In the meeting, in the plenary meeting, there were no NGOs, but when they started to fetch the patients, when we were starting the transfer, is then that they brought the NGOs. So new NGOs that we have never heard of.
And did any of the Gauteng Department of Health officials that you've named agree with your concerns when you expressed them at the meeting?
They didn't. They failed to respond to our concerns.
So they just didn't respond. They didn't agree or disagree.
I'll give you an example. With an ID, Dr. Manemela said they will attend to that because it is a known fact that the NGOs need a patient to have an ID so that they're able to apply for a social grant.
And in respect of the other concerns that you raised about preparing the patients psychologically and the criteria at the NGOs, the admission criteria?
They promised to give us a admission criteria, but they didn't.
Thank you. Can I take you then to paragraph 15 of your statement? You say in January 2016, former MEC Mahlangu arrived 2 hours late for the meeting with the family. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present.
And were there other Department of Health officials also present at this meeting?
That's correct.
And do you remember who is present?
Radisha was present.
Just a second.
Radisha Sakhar.
Can you spell that, please?
Sukhal.
Anyone else from the Gauteng Department of Health?
Dr. Lebete. And Jessica Jalal.
You can spell the surname?
Jallal. And I forgot Mr. Mabona now, who's the spokesperson for education. He was a spokesperson for health. Mabona, Mr. Mabona, I forgot the first name.
Oh, Mr. Mabona.
Yeah.
And you say he was a spokesperson for the Department of Health?
For the health at that particular time, yes.
So we want that part, the later part.
Who is that, please?
It's in this paragraph, paragraph 15, that you say that Ms. Mahlangu was extremely arrogant. Did Ms. Mahlangu explain to the family members where the users were being sent?
She only said the patient will be moved to NGOs, but she didn't specify the names of those NGOs.
And had you met the family members? Are these family members that had visited the facility? Did you know them?
Yes.
And how did they react to this, to what you describe as Ms. Mahlangu's attitude?
They were not happy at all.
Did they express their dissatisfaction?
To Danny, yes, they did.
And then would it be correct to say that the former MEC ignored the concerns of the family members?
That's correct.
If I can take you to paragraph 23. In 23, you refer to Dr. Lenkwane, Mrs. Senelo, and Mrs. H. Jacobus.
Yes, Hannah.
Is that Hannah Jacobus?
Yes.
And were these three officials responsible for liaising with the NGOs?
Yes.
So they would know the conditions of the NGOs to which the users were being sent?
That I know, probably they did, but I don't know.
Do you know whether they visited the NGOs?
That I don't know.
Okay. And then in paragraph 24, you say, we pointed out to them that specific MHCUs were prone to relapsing. When you say them, who do you mean? Do you mean Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Senelo?
That's correct.
Did you point this out to anyone else other than Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Senelo?
No.
And when you say in paragraph 24 that we had mental health care users who were just not dischargeable at all, what do you mean? Why were they not dischargeable?
Because of their mental state, they are prone to relapse now and then.
So what would make them dischargeable? How would you ensure that they could be discharged?
They'll be discharged if they're mentally stable and they're able to adjust to the environment, to their new environment.
And still in paragraph 24, you say that notwithstanding our remonstrations, they were discharged. Again, can you just clarify for the court with whom you remonstrated? Who are you referring to here?
When we have the meeting with the Department of Health.
And did you raise your concerns with Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Senelo?
That's correct.
And what was their response?
All what they said was, hey, Zanele, this was an instruction. We are just implementers.
Thank you. On the same point in paragraph 26, you say that the process of transferring the patients picked up pace and Dr. Lenkwane and Mrs. Senelo complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the MHCUs. They also complained that they were under instructions from Dr. Manamela. In respect of the former MEC Esidimeni Mahlangu, they mentioned that everyone was afraid of her. Did you also feel that the process was rushed?
Definitely, because the period of transferring the patient was condensed to a shorter period.
And later in your statement at about paragraph 32, you explained that the normal process of discharge requires a fairly lengthy process. And that was not complied with in the case of the Marathon project. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your experience, Mrs. Buthelezi, in your experience of what was taking place at that time, what you described as a rush process, the concerns of the family members and so on, and your engagement actually directly with the users, did you feel that the best interests of the mental health care users were taken into account?
It was never taken into account.
And what was the response of the users? We've spoken about the unhappiness of the family members. Can you say anything about the users and how they felt in this process?
The users themselves were not happy to be moved to unfamiliar environment.
How did you know they were not happy?
When we were doing our assessment.
Thank you, Mrs. Buthelezi. I have no further questions. My lady, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Yes, who's next now?
My lady,
Yes.
I'm not sure if on the basis of seniority there is anybody who would like to go first. I will be representing Dr. Lengwane, but for purposes of strategy for my client, my lady, I would deem it appropriate for myself to go after Dr. Manemela's cross-examination has been conducted by Mr. Makani. I have discussed same with Sibara being the leader of. Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue. I'm listening.
I have discussed same with Dr. Sibara being the leader for the representation of Dr. Manamela, and it seems like that is indeed in order. So after then Mr. Makani proceeds with his cross-examination, then I will be proceeding with my cross-examination on behalf of Dr. Lengwane.
Okay, thank you. Just check your record. Yes, Ms. Sebuko.
My lady, I only have one question for the witness.
But are you the one next?
No, I'm just registering in case we're going by list of, we're checking seniority. I only have one question. I'm not sure if I'm next, yes.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Sibara, Ms. Mboweni, Ms. Okay, I see Ms. Ramaimela. Between the two of you, who wants to speak first? And there is also Ms. Foster that side. I see Ms. Mboweni. I think.
The court, my lady, I believe that Ms. Ramaimela and Advocate Foster are my seniors.
Okay, thank you. There is Ms. Koka.
My lady?
Yes.
Mine is not a question. I just wanted to remind the court that my standing arrangement is that because of Mr. Sibara's pronouncement, I'm always going to be after him.
Oh, yes, okay.
As the court pleases.
You are on behalf of?
I'm on behalf of Mr. Musenohi, my lady.
Yes, okay.
As the court pleases.
Okay. Ms. Foster, do you want to go first now? Are you ready?
As court pleases, my lady, I'm indeed ready. Thank you. Ms. Buthelezi, can you please tell the court what are your qualifications?
If you may tell the witness who you are representing.
As a court pleases, I will do that. Ms. Buthelezi, I'm the representing 4 of the family members I see that Mr. Van Bergen wants to say something.
I don't know. I'm struggling to hear you. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady, and my apologies to Ms. Foster for intervening. My lady, I would request the court to just make a ruling on potential irrelevant questioning. Ms. Foster represents 4 families of whom the deceased that are involved were not transferred from Life Esidimeni during the marathon project. There was no interaction with Life Esidimeni. They were long-term patients of the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. And the only reason why they were moved during the process is because certain patients were moved from Life Esidimeni to Cullinan Care, and then patients from Cullinan Care were moved to other NGOs such as Precious Angels. But none of the 4 deceased in respect of whom Ms. Foster's instructions exist.
So they were not transferred from Life Esidimeni. Is that
as your ladyship pleases? So I failed to see why there would be any necessity for Ms. Foster to cross-examine a witness who has testified solely on issues pertaining to patients who emanated from Life Esidimeni.
Ms. Foster?
As the court pleases, my lady, I have noted the comments made by counsel, but we are all here as officers of the court to provide evidence to this court, but the court at the end of the day has to make a determination on 144 people that died.
Yes.
So it's my obligation as an officer of this court to do my cross-examination. If there's any questions that Mr. Van Bergen feels is irrelevant, he's more than welcome to object to that as court pleases.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the difficulty I have is that these proceedings are already very protracted.
Yes.
Ms. Foster's cross-examination of Dr. Mkachwa, you will recall, was very lengthy. It didn't relate at all to any of the 4 deceased that pertain to her involvement.
Yes.
Although she may be correct that where necessary or that there is an obligation to assist the court, that is not an obligation without borders. As I think it was Mr. Mapwanya who correctly commented at one stage that if any of the representatives were to note that an erroneous statement was made, it was incumbent upon that representative to bring it to the court's attention. And I agree entirely with that.
Yes.
But to elicit evidence where that evidence does not pertain to the persons in respect of whom one acts, constitutes bringing irrelevant information to the court. It doesn't pertain to Ms. Foster's clients, and I submit on that basis there should be no reason for her to cross-examine Ms. Buthelezi.
Yes, Mrs. Foster, I'm giving you the opportunity once more before I give a ruling. Is there...
Yes. I just feel a bit saddened by the fact that all of us are so pertained or concerned with the NGOs being represented, but there are only about 48 families of 144 that has been presented.
Correct, yes.
So that the reason why criminal prosecution could not be instituted by the NPA was because of the causal link that the NPA felt that at that stage there was no causal link to determine a cause of death, and that is what this court has to determine. Correct. So we go round and around and about and discuss matters and provide this court with evidence a day long on cross-examination of a report that even that report does not even have any benefit to this court because it happened in 2013 and 2014. But when my request to assist this court to a causal death, to determine at the end of the day who was prima facie responsible for the death of 144 people, my request is denied. So on that basis, I will request the court to allow me, if there's any irrelevant questions, the court are more than welcome to move on that. Because we have now, this is the court's inquest, and the evidence leader has made it very clear that his role is only an evidence leader, as the court pleases.
Okay, Mr. Van Bergen, before I rule, do you want to say something again, or?
My lady, the only comment I can make is that sadness does not present a reason for cross-examination. Relevance constitutes a reason.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Foster, I'm going to allow you to ask questions, but I think Mr. Foster, Mr. Van Bergen, where you feel that is not relevant, please indicate or object. And the court will also listen to the questions.
As your ladyship pleases.
Can I ask you, I don't want her her not to be allowed to cross-examine at all, but I hope you are coming with things that are relevant that will be able to assist the court. Continue.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As your lady pleases.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. Please, once again, can you please tell the court what are your qualifications?
I have a comprehensive diploma in general nursing, psych, community, and midwifery. I also have a BK in nursing education and nursing administration.
Thank you very much. Can you please tell the court where are you currently employed? You said that you are currently employed?
No, I'm not. I'm not employed currently.
Can you please tell the court as well, you are legally represented, is that correct? You are legally represented during your testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
Who is funding your legal representation?
My lady, there's no relevance to these proceedings.
What is the relevance of, you see, Mrs. Foster, what is the relevance of this?
My lady, at the end of the day, once again, the court has to make a finding if Life Esidimeni or anybody employed by Life Esidimeni has any link causing the death or prima facie leading to the death of any of these deceased.
Yes, but the question is, what
I
is...
understand. I will address the court on that. The fact of the matter is that Ms. Buthelezi is not an employee of Life Esidimeni anymore, but she's represented by Mr. Van Bergen, who is funded by Life Esidimeni and representing Life Esidimeni.
Where does this take us in relation to the specific question about causation, please?
At the end of the day, I just want to know, and I will leave it for argument at the end of the day, as the court pleases.
Okay.
My lady, my apologies. I persist with my objection. There is no relevance to the finding that your ladyship must make. If it is going to be an argument that Ms. Buthelezi was that her evidence was not appropriate or lacking in some way, then that must be argued. But to go on a fishing expedition should not be allowed, with respect.
Thank you very much.
Yes, well, please, I already said that I will leave it for argument. It is has now been placed on record, but Mr. Van Bergen is appearing on audio.
Just let's stick to the relevant, what is relevant to assist this court, please.
Can you please tell the court, as the court pleases, when you were employed at Waverley, were you the head of the Life Esidimeni institution at that stage, or who will you regard as the head of the institution during the period 2015-2016?
What is the question? This is very long.
Who was the head of Life Esidimeni Waverley for the period 2015 to 2016?
Dr. Morgan Mukacha.
At Waverley Centre South, at Waverley, where you were employed, you was the head of the...
My apology. In Waverley case specific, Paul Mukwena was the hospital manager, but left in February 2016 before the patients were transferred.
Thank you very much.
Just a second. So he left in February 2016.
That's correct.
Continue.
That's a good news, my lady. Ms. Buthelezi, did you discuss this matter with anybody before you came to testify today?
My lady, once again, what is the relevance of this question? With respect.
Miss Foster?
My lady, I am entitled to cross-examine the witness. I don't know why is it a problem. I want to know, I want to come to the fact how many statements that she made, where did she testify. I really don't see how this is a problem in cross-examination of a witness.
But you must remember, this is not a trial, isn't it?
I agree, my lady, but
this is an inquest, so you should be doing this in a trial. I can understand that, but I'm saying to myself, I'm asking myself, where are we getting with this?
I agree, my lady, but at the end of the day, this evidence must be admissible to be used during a criminal trial.
My lady, can Ms. Foster perhaps explain on what basis Ms. Buthelesi's evidence would not be admissible?
My lady, because Mr. Van Baarten does not give me the opportunity to get to the fact of the evidence of this.
All right, the question is allowed. Please, let's hear what the message that you want to send.
Thank you, my lady.
Just repeat the question. Let's hear what you want to hear.
As good, Ms. Buthelezi, I wanted to know, did you discuss this matter with anybody?
The NPA came to investigate, and they requested that I write the statement. This is the statement that I wrote.
When was the NPA investigation? When did you speak to the NPA?
Did you speak to the NPA, ma'am? It's not, she says they investigated.
As a please, I will rephrase the question. When did the NPA investigate the matter?
At that time, I was working in Vescopis when I was called.
So that must have been after July 2016, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How many statements did you make regarding this matter?
I wrote only one statement.
Ms. Buthelezi, are you aware of the arbitration proceedings that was presided before the Honourable Judge Musimeke? Are you aware of the arbitration hearing?
Yes, it was a public knowledge.
Did you testify during the arbitration hearing?
No.
You said that you made one statement and you read the statement. When did you read the statement?
I wrote the statement and then typed the statement and read the statement and then signed the statement.
Ms. Buthelezi, if I understand your evidence correctly, you have been at Waverley Plaza for many, many years. Waverley Plaza, I apologize, Waverley Care Centre for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you please describe to the court what kind of patients were kept at Waverley Care Centre? What kind of medical care users were admitted at that centre?
The SLA stipulated that Esidimeni or Waverley Care Centre, we are to admit patients who are chronic. patients who have been admitted in a site facility more than 3 times, patients who are not aggressive,
Will that be? You still want to add anything, or will that?
And then patients who are XS1, patients with mental illness as XS1, and we are not to admit patients with personality disorders.
You already testified that all the patients that you have received was patients that came from Wexford or Sterkfontein or Tara. Am I correct?
Provincial, those were the few that I've mentioned, but we did receive the patient from Natalspruit. Oh, now it's called Tellemohueran. We also received patients from Baragwanath Hospital and patients from OR Tambo.
My lady, if it is in dispute, the following question, I will ask my assistant attorney of record to go to the page, but I don't think it is. Dr. Talatala was the head of Sterkfontein Hospital. Do you know him during that period?
Dr. who?
Talatala.
No, I don't know.
His testimony was during the arbitration hearing that the patients referred to Life Esidimeni facilities was normally patients that cannot be transferred or progress back into the community. Would you agree with that, or would you not agree with that?
I would agree.
We agree.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, is there a difference in the term for you between transfer and placed? Will you say that there's a difference in term? If you say you placed a medical health care user, will that be a difference if you say you place a medical care health user?
I don't think there is a difference. It's just a terminology.
Is there no difference?
Between what and what?
Like a replacement and a transfer, my lady.
Replacement and transfer?
No, replacement, just normal
placement. Okay.
Yeah. So according to you, it means the same thing.
That's cool.
Ms. Buthelezi, if you receive patients from the different hospitals and the request was received from provincial and you do not have beds available, what will be the procedure?
We will notify the facility that has sent the documents to us requesting admission of the patient to our facility.
Did this happen, that you would have received requests for the placement of medical health care users and then you would not have available beds? Did that happen?
Yes, it did happen.
Will you say that that happened frequently or once a year, twice a month?
It happened frequently because most of the time we were full.
It was put to you in the cross-examination of Mr. Hodes that Life Esidimeni is a facility that wanted to obtain profit. And he suggested that Life Esidimeni kept all these patients and did not want to transfer them due to the fact that they will be remunerated. Is that how? But is that how what was put to you? I understand. Now I agree.
What is not true? I want to hear the witness. You are talking too much. The witness doesn't have the chance to. Yes. What is not true?
It's not true that the Life Esidimeni were keeping patients for profit.
For profit?
Yes.
Continue.
Will it be correct then to say that there was a demand in patients to be absorbed into Life Esidimeni Waverley? Was it necessary for you to hang on to patients, not to place them or transfer them to their families?
We had limited NGOs because most of the NGOs wanted patients with ID so that they are able to apply for the social grant. And unfortunately, some of the patients didn't have the IDs. And some of the patients were not dischargeable. They were better kept in a structured environment because of their mental state.
So that was the reason why you kept these patients at Life Esidimeni Waverley, is that correct?
It's not a matter of keeping them, we're rehabilitating them.
Would you agree with my statement if I put it to you that the demand in any event was high for requests of beds at Waverley? It's not that you did not have enough requests to complete or to fill the beds at Waverley.
Most of the time we were full, so the demand was high.
Ms. Buteleli, can you please describe to the court what was the routine like at Waverley Care Centre, that you had a fixed routine, a daily routine with the medical care house users?
Yes, most of the psychiatric patients, they need, as you know, they are routinized. Most of the time you find that they adjust to a routine better.
How many meals were provided to the medical healthcare users per day?
4.
And if I understand your evidence correctly, they will bring their own clothes, family will supply them with clothes, but you also made use of a lot of donations in order to provide clothing for these medical care house users. Is that correct?
The company was providing them with clothing, but because we're rehabilitating them, we're encouraging the patient to wear private clothes. Some of the families will bring clothes for the patients.
Did you ever encounter any aggressive behavior that led to damage at your facility? That the structure was damaged?
That's correct, yes.
How will that happen? What will happen to cause the damage?
You find that the patient becomes aggressive and breaks the windows. Then our psychiatrists would liaise with the referral hospital, example, maybe Weskopis or Sterfontein, and it will be a communication between the psychiatrist to another psychiatrist, then the patient will be referred back.
Referred back to the hospital?
That's correct, yes.
Will these occur frequently or not that frequently? These kind of incidences?
Not that frequently.
Where does this take us, if you can assist me, Ms. Foster?
I will move on. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Butelezi, can you please tell the court what names
I was asking as to where those questions, where are they taking us, so that I can hear the relevance of, or are you done with that line of cross-examination?
I'm done with that line of cross-examination.
Please assist this court. I don't want a big rep court which is going to confuse me, please.
As please, my lady. Ms. Butelezi, can you please tell the court which NGOs did you usually use before the Marathon project was implemented?
I'll give you a few. One, St. Michel.
Which ones?
St. Michel.
Yes.
Cotonia.
St. Michel.
Yes, Cotonia.
Cotonia.
Yes. Takalani.
Yes.
Kwezilogusa.
Which one?
Kwezilogusa.
Okay.
Just to name a few.
With the start of the marathon project, were these NGOs still in existence, the ones that you normally use?
That's correct, yes.
Was there any explanation provided to you why these patients had to be transferred to new NGOs if there was already existing NGOs who did provide the services needed for the mental health care users previously?
There was never a discussion relating to that.
Can you please tell the court, Takalani, specifically what services did they provide for what kind of mental health care user, Takalani specifically?
Previously, Takalani, it was admitting the intellectual disabled children. Then 2 to 3 years, then they started to admit adults.
When did they started to admit adults? Which year? Can you remember?
I don't remember, but plus minus 2 to 3 years ago, before 2016.
So it was not during this tenure when the incidents occurred, 2015, 2016?
They were already started 2 to 3 years ago.
So at that stage, they were only a children facility?
No, it was when they started with adults, but for years it was children.
In your facility, did you have males and female medical care health users?
That's correct.
Did you have any children there?
Previously, we had children, but when the facility were restructured, children were transferred to Baneng Care Center. Then we remained with adults only, males and females.
The male and female children, males and female adults, were they kept in the same facility or was there separation of the groups?
The separation of the wards.
Was there a specific reason for that?
The reason
for the females to be kept separately?
There is a reason.
Please.
There is, and we're protecting the females and also protecting the males.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please tell the court how many staff members were employed by Waverley Care Centre during 2015-2016? What
staff numbers were?
At Waverley Care Centre, my lady.
Where are we going with this question?
My lady, at the end of the day, this court will have to come to a finding if the NGOs that was established were in a position to take care of the mental care health users that was placed with
So you want to know the staff members were at
Waverley Care Centre specifically. Yes, that's correct. What the circumstances was for the medical care health users before they were transferred to the NGOs.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Mr. Tulisi. You can answer the question. Must I repeat it for you?
Yes.
Can you please tell the court the staff members that you had during 2015-2016 at Waverley Care Centre? What did the staff What was the staff members? What did that contain? How many nurses do you have? Did you had a ratio per medical care health user? Did you start doing the dishes or the cooking? What was your staff component during that period?
I was responsible for the nursing staff. I might not remember exactly the numbers, but we've got registered nurse with psych because it was a requirement since we were a specialized services.
You say with what? Psych?
A diploma in psychiatric nursing.
It's better because you must remember we're not all nurses. So if you say psych, we're not at an institute, at that particular institution. Okay, continue. So it's a diploma in psychiatric
nursing.
Nursing, okay.
Yeah, it was one of the requirements because we were a specialized psychiatrist. And then we had enrolled nurses. We also had enrolled nursing auxiliary. That number, I can remember it very well. We had 56 of them.
56?
That's correct.
The nurse with...
also had the care workers, though they're not nurses.
And was there a ratio per medical care user for the care workers? How many care workers will look after, or one care worker will look after how many medical care users?
We didn't have that ratio. Benefits was determining the number of staff for us.
And if I believe the psych nurse, the registered nurse, there had to be 24 hours on the premises. There had to be a nurse with that qualification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Putelezi, were you aware that were you ever provided with a copy of this project plan 2013-2020 that was issued by the Department of Health? Did you ever see a copy of this report?
Not at all.
How were you made aware of this report? Who told you about it?
I don't know of any plan. All I know of it's a communication from our head office that the contract is being terminated. It's going to be terminated.
Who from your head office informed you?
Dr. Morgan Mukachwa.
And what was his instruction regarding the termination of this or the implementation of this plan?
In relation to?
How were you supposed to adhere to this termination of the contract? What were your instructions? What were you supposed to do?
We were to hand over the patient from one clinician to another. That was the instruction.
Is that the only instruction that you've received?
For example, even that we need to provide them with records, because it was a normal practice that when the patient is discharged or transferred, we provide them with records, a comprehensive summary discharge report, but we're not giving them the whole file.
Who completed these summaries on behalf of the mental care health care users that was transferred at Waverley?
MTT, the multidisciplinary team.
Of Waverley?
That's correct.
And who did they consist of? Who forms part of this multidisciplinary team?
It's a medical officer.
Can you mention that? A name?
Dr. Ghani. And the psychiatrists, but they were sessionists, at times they were not present. Oh, I forgot the names now. I forgot the name of the psychiatrist now.
No, it's fine, please. I know it's a very long time ago.
We had a psychiatrist, nursing staff, occupational therapy, physiotherapist, our quality manager.
Okay. If you refer to the specific multidisciplinary team, are you referring to at the stage in 2016 when the patients were transferred during June 2016, or are you referring in general? That is what will happen with the transfer.
All the time we had they were available, yes.
So in this instance that you referred to in your in your statement, if you just take it to the specific paragraph. Paragraph 25 of your statement. It will be on page 1438. In that specific paragraph, you made mention of you only prepared 20 medical healthcare users, and then the department said that 50 must be transferred. How did you manage to complete these summary records of the 30 that was additional to the ones that you've already prepared?
It's because they were giving the first and the second batch of patients that we transferred. They gave us dates in advance. So we had to schedule our off duties so that we have more staff on that particular day.
My lady, I would like to refer the court to page 3593. On case lines.
Yes.
Ms. Buthelezi, can you please identify this form for me?
It's a community referral form when we discharge patients.
So is this a form 3 or a form, was 11 the other one?
This is when the patient needs to take to the community clinic so that she or he is able to get medication.
So this is neither a form 3 form, neither a form 11 form. Is that correct?
No, we also complete the number 3, which is the discharge. When you're discharging patient to the community, we'll complete that form and we'll send that form to the review board, and we'll also complete 11 to notify the review board that the patient has been transferred to this NGO or to this hospital.
All right, so I just want to make sure this form that we see here on page number 3593, it's not a form 3 and it's not a form 11 form.
That's correct.
Either of the two. Thank you very much.
Just to get clarity here, Can you explain this form? This one, it has got nothing to do with the discharging of a patient.
When we discharge patient, we complete this form so that the patient can take this form to the nearest clinic.
Oh,
so that
that's why you refer to it as a community referral form. When
That's correct.
when the process. This is in addition to Form 11 and Form 3.
That's correct.
So Form 3, when do you issue that one, or do you complete that one?
On the day of discharge.
Yes. And this is what is its sole purpose?
The sole purpose is to say the patient has been discharged from Waverley Care Center, and this is what we did for the patient, and the patient is on this medication. And then we send it to the review board and we give it to the family so that they can take it to the nearest clinic too.
Oh, also, okay. And then Form 11?
Form 11 is to notify the review board that this patient is no longer with Waverley Care Center, but the patient is with this NGO or with this hospital.
Ms. Butanesi,
Just a second,
I
please.
apologize.
Just a second. Yes, you may continue, Ms. Foster.
As it was needed. Ms. Butanesi, this specific form that I referred you to belonged to the medical healthcare user, Paulus Makhane. Does that name ring a bell? He was a medical healthcare user at Waverley.
I forgot most of the patients now. I can't recall him.
I will put it to you that according to the information, he arrived at Waverley Care Center on the 1st of February 2007.
What is the name again?
Paulus Makhane, my lady.
Can you spell that for me?
M-A.
Yes.
K-G.
Yes.
A-N-E.
Okay. When did he arrive at Waverley?
On the 1st of February 2007.
Yes.
Not
2007.
2007, that's correct, my lady. And then this was one of our deceased, and I'm referring to case docket 20 on case lines, my lady.
Case docket?
Number 20.
Yes.
You say that this does not ring a bell, you cannot recollect this patient, medical healthcare user. Because he passed away on the 5th of November 2016.
On which date?
5 November 2016, my lady.
Mm.
And he was transferred from Waverley Care Center to Tsepol.
Yes.
If you say that this form is a form to be completed when a person goes back to the community, can you please explain, this person was never put or placed back in the community. He was transferred from Waverley, and this document was provided in the case docket as a transferred document. And he died then at the end of the day at California. Is there any explanation that you can provide?
When I say community, I'm also referring to the NGOs. This was the form that was completed for the community and also to the designated hospitals.
So this form was the form that accompanied this medical healthcare user to form the NGO.
This is one of the forms that we're completing. Once the patient is discharged, whether Sterkfontein, Vescopis or whatever, or any NGO or to the families who also completed this form.
Ms. Buthelezi, I'm still on page 3593. Can you please tell the court, at the top left, you said you can note that it says that the medical healthcare user is transferred from Waverley, but there's nothing completed in the 2. Is there any explanation that you can provide the court? Why would that be?
Where at the top?
On the top, but that's correct, my lady.
Where it says treatment and progress from the previous page.
No, I'm still on page 3593. At the top it says psychiatric community services.
393, just a second. Yes.
It says psychiatric community service referral form. Then it says from Waverley, but there's nothing completed at the 2.
Yes, I can see there's an error.
Okay, then can at the bottom of the page there's a heading that says history. Then it says date of admission 1 February 2007. Can you see that?
Yes.
It says referred from Sterkfontein Hospital.
Yes.
Then it says a brief history before admission. He was transferred from Sterkfontein Hospital, diagnosed with dementia due to. You are much cleverer than I do not know what that means. Sorry?
Neurosyphilis.
And what will that be? Can you explain this term to us, please?
I might not be accurate, but I should think the psychiatrist will.
And then it says something report submitted.
If she can read the whole of this,
that will be much better, my lady. I definitely cannot pronounce those names. Ms. Buthelezi, you can read the whole paragraph, please.
I don't see the second word either. And then there it says report submitted.
Reports, okay.
Yeah, it says report submitted.
This patient, is he among those that you are representing?
No, my lady, is not.
But what are you trying to establish here?
I will get to the point, my lady. I promise.
Come again? No, I want to understand because we have spent some time on this document.
Okay. My lady, this is now the form that was testified by Dr. Makashwa that accompanied these patients, and he testified before this court that every single patient left Esidimeni with a full history of his diagnosis, his mental health conditions, what his medicine was, and that information accompanied the patient to the NGO that was handed over to the clinician to whom the medical healthcare user has been handed over.
This witness is telling this court that this is one of the other documents. That's why she has been explaining these other forms. So this is it's not those forms. There are also other forms. And this document, I don't know whether Mr. Mukachwa mentioned this one because I'm seeing this one. This is now being introduced for the first time. We have been told about this form 3 and form 11. Am I correct?
That is indeed, Mr. Van Bergen, if you can just give me 1 second, please. My lady, that is indeed a fact, but this is a document that has been provided on case lines, and this is the same document that continually appears in all the case dockets. Okay. I will not represent any other documents, but I specifically asked this witness, and she said, indeed, that this is the form. It cannot be one that was transferred to the community. This is the form that was completed. I agree, one of the forms, but what was supplied, the full history or a discharge summary was contained in this form was a question that I asked to her. If she disagrees with me, by all means. There's one point that I want to make on this form.
Can we hear Mr. Van Bergen first?
Please.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the statement that was made by Ms. Foster is that Dr. Kochwa testified that this was the form that was given to a patient. That was not his evidence. His evidence was, as your ladyship has indicated, that there were other forms that were also given, the discharge form, and if the discharge form could not be prepared because of a change in the number of patients, then a copy of the periodical report was given. So this formed one of the documents that would have accompanied a patient upon discharge. And the purpose of this document, this specific one, as this witness has testified, is to enable a patient who must receive chronic medication or acute medication, I would assume, to obtain that medication at a community medical facility.
Yes. Ms. Foster?
Answer, please, my lord. My lady, I never said that this is the specific form that Dr. Mukashwa testified about. I said Dr. Mukashwa testified about summary of documents that accompanied medical healthcare users.
Bottom line, you agree with what I've already put on record to say this document, it's being introduced by yourself now.
I'm not introducing it. It's part of.
I'm just saying it never featured. What was mentioned to us was Form 3 and Form 11. Am I correct?
My lady, but that is why.
From Dr. Mukachwa's evidence.
I agree, my lady, but that is why I was talking, or I was requesting this witness to clarify that aspect, because she was in charge of the discharge of the patient. So she's the person who would know which forms accompany the medical healthcare use.
Okay, fine.
Ms. Buthelezi, I will get to the point and I think then I will request the court to adjourn. I will just make this one last point. This is a patient, a medical healthcare user that came from your facility. Will you be in a position to provide this court with all the forms, copies of all the forms that accompanied this specific medical healthcare user on the day that he was transferred? Will you be in a position to do that?
Maybe from the Metro file, yes, but the practice is
from the
Metro filing.
Okay.
Where we kept all the documents when we closed the facility.
My lady, I will make 2 points on this and then I will ask the court if we can adjourn until Monday. Ms. Buthelezi, I put it to you that this specific patient died of hypoglycemia, which in my lay opinion relates to diabetes or somebody with low blood sugar. None of these information are regarding either diabetes or low blood sugar is contained in this document. Can you answer on that?
It's because this was not the only document we used for patients' discharge. We had several documents. For example, we had the last periodical report as it was requested by Department of Health, and which it was a practice that when we discharge patients to either NGO, the NGOs that are we had NGOs that were writing periodical reports. We'll give them the latest periodical report, which is Mental Health Act number 13A, which has a comprehensive information. Even now during the marathon, this is it was one of the documents that we handed over to the government officials.
So,
Mental Health Act
number 13A. It's a comprehensive report.
Is it capital A?
Yes.
Is it comprehensive?
It's a periodical report on mental care user admitted in a health established. We are writing these reports on a yearly basis. We're sending those reports to the review board. And on discharge of transfer of the patients, it's either patient we're going to Vescopis or Stanfontein or whatever, they will request the last periodical report. And it has been a practice that when we transfer patients to an NGO, there were NGOs that were writing periodical reports. There were NGOs which were not writing periodicals. The NGOs, for example, like St. Michel, they were writing periodical reports. So we will give them the latest periodical report as well as the admission document, which is 2 MCH 5 × 2. and MCH 4, and in addition with the 11.
So, Ms. Buthelezi, if I can summarize whatever you have now answered, is for this specific patient, the court can be provided with all the forms that has been completed for this specific medical healthcare user, and on the other forms, these conditions might have been indicated. Is that correct?
Lady, with respect, what we
Just a second.
witnessed
Yes.
was that it might be obtained from Metrofile. It must be borne in mind that this witness is no longer with Life Esidimeni. She has no access to those documents.
Yes, Ms. Foster.
As a court please, my lady, I do hear Mr. van Bergen's objection. He has committed on a previous occasion to assist this court, and may I then request the court to ask Mr. van Bergen if he can maybe provide us with the other documents. Before I...
What are we trying to achieve here in respect of this one? This
my
patient?
lady, at the end of the day, this court, well, it will be my submission. I will submit to the court and I will argue that these patients were transferred to NGOs without full medical history or the treatment plan to the NGOs, who would have placed the NGOs in a position to do the normal care for these medical healthcare users. If that is the case, my lady, obviously Mr. van Bergen can request Life Esidimeni to submit the necessary records, and we can obviously see if that will be the case or not. I just want to make one more
Just
point.
before you leave this point, Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you hear what she says. Is it possible to get these documents? I just wanted to ask, I mean, you heard me asking her as to what is the purpose. Is it possible to get these documents?
My lady, I will through my instructing attorney request that the necessary inquiries be made to Life Esidimeni. The difficulty is, my lady, if there is going to be a constant request for documentation as the matter unfolds, it's going to become very difficult, not only to address my own client's needs, but also for the other participants to deal with the matter.
Does this not relate to the previous request with regard to the registers?
Lady, those registers were specifically the handover registers.
Okay.
The registers that were involved when the staff of the many facilities handed over to the Gauteng Department of Health staff.
Okay, but if I may, if we get those, that will solve the problem, isn't it, Ms. Foster?
Indeed,
it doesn't mean that we'll have to ask for all these.
No, I agree. I totally agree, my lady. It will not be necessary.
All right, thank you very much.
As you
My
know,
lady, thank you, Mr. van Bergen. My lady, I have just one more, and then I will request the court to adjourn. I just want to put it to you, Mr.
It's 2 minutes to 6 minutes to 4 o'clock.
I agree. My lady, I will be very quick. I just want to take you to page 33591. 3591, I apologize. 3591. It still relates to the specific medical healthcare user. This is an opinion that was drafted by Dr. Blumenthal regarding the cause of death of the specific patient, the specific medical healthcare user.
591.
And I just want to direct your attention to paragraph 3G, G for golf, my lady.
Yes, I wonder if is the witness there? Are you there, Ms. Buthelezi?
Yes, I am, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Buthelezi. I would like you just to read to the court paragraph 3G, that one sentence.
Number 3.
3, and then only G. G for golf.
You can start from you start from 3. Just start from where it says I performed.
Okay. I performed a medical legal examination on this patient on the 11th of November 2016. The following is a brief overview of my findings.
And you can go to G.
G. Histology of the hepatic parenchyma showed metastatic adenocarcinoma.
Ms. Buthelezi, I'm not clever at all with medical terms, but according to my limited knowledge, this is cancer. Is that correct?
If I may
I'm getting confused here. I don't know. Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Just to complete the picture, the information must be given in context. I submit that the witness should also read paragraph 4 of the report.
Okay. But what is this, if I may?
Been done on this specific medical healthcare user.
Okay. Yeah, the witness can look at the document before she responds. There is a suggestion that she can also look at paragraph 4. If it was me, I would say she has to look at the entire document. It's not that long. So that she can understand it first before she answers or responds to the question.
My lady, can I maybe just address the court on the point that I want to make? I'm not going to cross-examine her at all on the document. The only thing that I want the court to take note of is that this specific medical health care user had cancer.
Okay.
And that's what 3G referred to, and that I assume we will also be able to determine if the documents were provided, if it was relayed to the NGO that he was transferred to, that he was a cancer patient. That's the only.
He had cancer. Now, why do we have to be looking at these things?
My lady, it will make a huge impact if the NGO was not aware of that. We must remember that we are dealing here with severe mentally health patients that could not think for themselves.
What does the witness say with regard to what you're submitting after reading this?
I'm unable to comment on this document because the patient was no longer with us.
Okay.
Thank you. My lady, at this stage, we will request that we adjourn until Monday.
Are you done? We should know
whether I'm not done, but I take note of the court's caution.
You still have questions?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Mrs. Witness, you are still in this court, please. I don't know who you're talking to, and you are not allowed to do that. I don't know whether it's Miss Merritt or who's that. I think this is the opportunity for us to proceedings until Monday. The witness is warned that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are finished with your evidence. I don't know. I see a number of faces here. Do you want to say something?
No, my lady. I think we've just come on camera for the adjournment.
All right. So the proceedings are therefore adjourned to Monday morning. Thank you very much. I don't know. What is the date for Monday? Is the 6th.
Monday is the 6th, my lady.
Okay. The proceedings are therefore remanded to the 6th of September 2021. Thank you very much.
Judge, please warn the witness.
May it please the court, my
Just a
lady.
second, the witness is warned. Yes, Irene, I've warned the witness already. Thank you very much.